Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Well, what's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate everybody for checking with me right now. You already know what it is. We got another one. Game one. Luka, Steph Curry is about to go down, ladies and gentlemen. We got to have ourselves a better game than we had yesterday. It started off nice, and it kind of went downhill from there. Let's hope we got ourselves a roller coaster ride tonight, which I do. Two teams, I think, are quietly evenly matched. You understand the Dallas Mavericks are playing out of their mind, coached by Jason Kidd. You already know what the Golden State Warriors bringing to the table. The pedigree is there. It's been there. It ain't never going nowhere. It's Flight Sports. Buckle up. It's about to go down. We got a star-studded panel. We got a star-studded chat. I want to appreciate everybody for coming out tonight. We about to get rocking. It's Flight Sports. Rave Kingdom, what's the deal? We are minutes away from tip-off Game 1, Western Conference Finals. Who will go to the finals? That's going to be the question. Everybody let me know who's going to win this series, how many games. Let me know now. It's going to be tough. But what I'm going to say is this. Golden State obviously got the pedigree, right? I think this could possibly go 7 games, and like I said, Warriors pulling it out in a lucky 7th game. Luka Doncic pushing their ass all the way to the wire. You understand? I expect that. I expect a scary scare from the Dallas Mavericks. Luka, putting it on them all series long. They're gonna have a tough time with him, but they're gonna have a tough time with the shooting and everything the Golden State Warriors are bringing to the table. And I think that will overcome the Dallas Mavericks. So I expect them nudging them out in the 7th game by the hair on their skin. This is gonna be a roller coaster ride. Rave Kingdom, talk to us. We live.
Most definitely, man. Shout out to everybody, man. We appreciate you all the time. Shout out to the chat and the panel. Man, I don't know if y'all noticed it or not. I've been here for so while, and I hope y'all know I come here because I love you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. I've learned so much from this channel. Even though I had my confrontations and wildness in the past that some people still bring up that I said 5 months ago. But, I'll be honest with you, man. I've learned to learn you guys. I learned to learn everybody, man. I love talking basketball with you guys. And not just now, man. There's so much that's coming up in the future for Flight Sports TV. We're just trying to make this grow, make this bigger than big, man. We want everybody to support as much as you can. I promise you, this is amazing, man. This is great to sub to, great to listen to, and great to watch to, man. So this is about to be lit, man.
Yeah, man. So what do you expect tonight in this game tonight? How you see this playing out? We got ourselves a great series. The Warriors Mavs.
Most definitely. Like I said in the past, time is on the essence. The time is ticking, and the rounds are going down. And here we are where the championship is right around the corner. We got Dallas, Luka playing out of his mind. What's his name? Warriors. Let me tell you something. Warriors, they're doing their thing as well. Klay Thompson trying to hold it down as the leader. And two, Draymond, he shows his leadership too as well. But the Warriors is definitely surprised me because I expected them to do a little something, but I did not expect them to make it this far. only because I said that I thought, like, Clay's kind of coming from return injury or whatever. Curry's getting older, and Draymond, I mean, his beard is getting grayer and grayer by the minute. So I never expected the Warriors to go this deep, and here they are. So they're definitely doing everything. They definitely deserve the respect and credit. Warriors are definitely about to take on these Mavericks that are playing out their mind, especially Luka Doncic. You know what I'm saying? We'll see if Luka can get over the horizon and get past these Warriors and get to the championship. So that is remain to be seen. But that is great. We have outstanding playoffs going on because championships not so far. We still got them Celtics in the Heat. So these rounds are getting heavier and heavier. Amazing, man. I can't wait, man.
Marvin, what's good? We got game 1, Western Conference Finals. What's the deal, Marv?
Salute to the panel, to the chat. What's going on, guys? Good night of basketball ahead of us. Yeah, got Luka going up against Golden State, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm thinking it's gonna be a good one. Well, who you got?
You know I am, Flight. I don't usually call them out. Neither one of these teams I pick, but hey, man, it's gonna be a hell of a series. I think it all depends on how this guy. See how much they run Luka, man. If they can run him down, I think they can beat him. But if they can't get this guy tired, I don't know about it, brother. It's gonna be kind of tough. So I don't want to pick neither one of them right now. I really want to just go through game 1. But I picked. I didn't pick Dallas. Well, I did pick Dallas against Phoenix, but I think Phoenix was a tougher matchup than this one is. Other people think there's not. So I'm picking Dallas.
Yeah, I got Dallas too, man. What do you think about Klay Thompson and his struggles, man? Do you think we can see a resurgence this round? Shout out between the game sports.
Well, I'm gonna say on that. If he didn't get it together, I don't know how much he's gonna get it together against Jason Kidd's defense. He plays some good ass defense, guy. And he usually locks down one player, which is what he did to Chris Paul. And I don't know which one of them he's going to focus on, but I believe it probably would be him because he don't want to tire his guys out trying to run behind Luka all damn day. Behind Steph Curry all day. So I'm thinking he's going to probably concentrate on trying to stop Klay Thompson. And if he does, it might be a difference in the series. I'm not saying it could happen, but you know how Jason Kidd coaches, man. That's what he does. So we'll see what he can get done on that,
No, that's facts. How you think Jason Kidd been doing? Jason Kidd has definitely proven his worth, as a coach. Look what he's done in the first year. That's Rick Carlisle couldn't do it.
Well, the philosophy and the scheme that he runs is pretty unique. It's kind of similar to what Miami does. A lot of people probably don't realize that, but it is. And he try to keep his guys flat-footed all the time. They're not just running too fast. I heard on another show earlier today that Golden State's going to try to speed Luka up. Well, that's going to be hard to do. That's one thing about Luka is he never hardly gets sped up. He's always under control. He might turn it over here and there, on bad passes, but he's never really out of control. So in Jason's case, I believe, that's to me, that's the key to this whole thing. Who's going to do the best coaching? And that's a great coaching matchup between him and Steve Kerr. So I think that's kind of a toss-up. So I think if one of them went on the road, it's going to make a difference. Now, I said this last night on the panel. Golden State can't come in there just figuring they're going to run over these guys, almost taking them for granted. Because Dallas going to play good defense. So tonight's game will really show a lot on how well the defense can play. I know it's just game 1. But Dallas probably get down early, but see if they come back in that game today. And if they do, then Jason Kidd's getting the blueprint. So I think it's going to be a good series. I think if Dallas win one game on the road of these first 2, it's going to get tough for Golden State. I still believe Golden State can win here in Dallas, but they don't want to lose neither one of them in Golden State. Dallas just came off a big-time high beating Phoenix in Game 7, so they need to win this game today. So I think the pressure, and it might not even sound crazy. Right, guys, but Game 1 is a pressure game for Golden State. They need to win this game. They don't need to lose. So I'm just going to say it like that.
Mm.
So you think the pressure is on Golden State tonight?
Game 1. And that might sound crazy, but with the Dallas coming off a big game against Phoenix, if they beat Golden State in game 1, they have all the fucking momentum in the world. You cannot afford to them to feel like that. So you have to beat them in game 1. So I'm not saying it's a must win for Golden State, but it's a very important win for them to win today. And actually to win, kind of handily. To show Dallas you're gonna have to
Right
work.
now it's 10-11 right now, 7:42 to go in the first.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna be pretty good though.
Yeah.
Yes,
Maxi Kleber's in the game. Wiggins guarded by Doncic.
Shout out to the chat, man.
Wiggins is traveling.
Shout out to Rico. We see y'all. Shout out to y'all.
Great game, y'all. Buckle up. Luka Doncic step back. Cash. 13-11. Dallas.
Rave, who you got in that Miami series?
Heat.
Wiggins with 3, right back. Wiggins, the Warriors answer right back. That's going to be the problem, man. The Warriors create so many mismatches and the floor is so wide open.
Yeah, I got the Heat because, for one, I'm a Laker fan, so I can't see the Celtics. I'd be pissed off if the Celtics to go out there in the championship. So I got the Heat for that reason. 2, I got Heat because I think Heat deserve it because they were working hard. They fell short in the bubble. People was talking so much about Jimmy Butler, and for him to listen to all the critics, he going out there right now in the playoffs, just dominating, man. Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, they just work so hard, man. They deserve it. They really do.
Now you do know that the last time they played Boston in the playoffs, Marcus Smart held Jimmy Butler to 25% shooting in that series.
What?
Did you know that?
Man. Yeah.
And he didn't play in game 1. And you know I'm going with mine, but I'm just letting people know he does make a big difference in that series. Marcus Smart.
Right, he does.
Shout out Ali Payne. He said Rave said Warriors should trade Curry just last week. You said that?
What channel is the game on, guys?
Hold on, bro. For one chat, I've had great takes and I've had bad takes. Not everyone has been right up here in this panel. No one has been right on everything they have said. But we say pretty much good things or whatever. Now, I'm not the only one that said trade away Curry, Ali Payne. Even a Warriors fan came up here and said Ray Curry is a huge shot chucker and they shoot him out the game. So Nico himself has came up here and told y'all he loves Klay Thompson and the Warriors, but Curry is a huge effective. The only reason I said trade Curry because this is Curry. This is pretty much the last 2 seasons. I mean, the next 2 seasons will be the only last good, let's say, value you can get out of Curry. If it just beat 1,000. Curry's getting older. I don't know if y'all realize he's about to turn 34 years old. Curry's getting older. Draymond's getting older. Klay Thompson, you can get some more stuff out of him, but I mean, hey, Jordan Poole, for crying out loud, slowly taking over the starting spot. So I'm saying trade Curry before his value is gone. That's the only reason I said, trade him up, man. That's all I'm saying, bro.
What they feeling like you was going against him and saying get rid of him before the playoffs started?
You said what again?
What was that somebody in the chat that thought you were saying get rid of Curry before the playoffs started?
No, it wasn't before the playoffs started when I said get rid of Curry. I said after the season, I would get rid of Curry. After the season. I would say out of the next season. after the season because let's say the Warriors don't make the championship, right? Let's be honest. Curry gets older. Draymond gets older. Jordan Poole is already slowly taking a starting spot as we speak. It's already bad enough. These young guys is slowly getting pushed out there. I get it. Curry is a huge part of the Warriors. I get it. I understand. Curry has changed the league, like literally changed the league. We shoot people out here yelling Curry now from deep, taking bullshit shots because of Curry. So I understand. You respect Curry, but I'm just saying, bro. What
Rave, do you hear yourself?
are you talking about?
Like you hear yourself, or you just talking in the mirror?
I hear myself. Did you hear everything
You
that I
said
said?
you said Curry got like 2 years left.
No,
being
I
like a
said of value.
Of value, 2 years
Value.
left of value.
Yeah, value. Yeah.
You realize
He's 34
Stephen
years
Curry
old.
game ain't built around his athletic ability, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So if
No, I said value
if his
is-
game was his handles, creating shots, shooting the 3-ball, like you realize like shit, he can go a lot longer than just 2 years of being effective, right?
No, for sure. That's not where I'm going.
And then
at.
on top of that, you saying they should trade him. You saying that like what your reasoning behind they should trade him?
Hold up. Okay. I said after this season, they're doing their thing. Hopefully the Warriors can beat the Mavs and go to the championship, right? I'm saying if they don't, I said they should start talking about movements or decision makings. Reason
Why?
I say that because Draymond's getting older, Curry's getting older. Curry's 34 years old. Jordan Poole is already slowly taking over the starting spot. And Curry, to me, should still have the starting spot, but Jordan Poole is like here and there taking the starting spot. And as Curry gets
Hold
older,
up, but taking a starting spot from who?
he did. Jordan Poole took Curry's starting spot. He did.
Jordan Poole take Curry's starting spot. When?
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 What do you mean when? He did it this year. You didn't know that? Jordan Poole took Curry's starting spot.
So Curry don't start no more.
Games.
So Curry don't start no more.
No, he start right now.
So when did he take a spot?
I have to go back on when he started. Really?
He started a couple of games, but I don't know if that's when Curry was injured or whatever.
He
Yeah,
never
that's
took
why we
his
get-
spot, Ray.
and that's why we
That
get
you need
that.
to stop. He never took his spot.
Yeah, like
No,
what
wait,
are you talking
wait,
about?
no panic. One second. I'm gonna clarify, Rave. I'm gonna clarify.
I never
I
He
said
know
might have been
exactly
hurt.
what you're
He might have
talking
been
about.
hurt.
Bro.
I know exactly what you're
Before y'all
talking about.
jump on me,
They
before y'all
didn't
jump
want to
on me.
rush him back and put him.
Go
They
ahead,
was gonna
jump on
put him on a
me.
minutes restriction anyways.
Okay.
They
Yeah, they
was
brought him
playing
off
with
the bench.
chemistry. He was gonna come off the bench. He was either gonna start with a minutes restriction, or they could just ride out the chemistry they had with Jordan Poole and have Curry come off the bench.
I ain't say
His starting spot was never.
I
Now,
didn't say
he
took
could have
his
scored
spot.
80
Y'all
points
not
back
listening.
to back in 3 straight games that Steph Curry always came off the bench. He would have never lost his starting spot.
I never said he lost it.
No, you said it was in jeopardy. It never was in jeopardy.
I said.
Never.
Rave, you just say he
Oh
lost
my
his
God, y'all
spot.
not
Like, I know
listening.
I ain't hearing nothing.
You're
You
not
just-
I know I'm not hearing nothing. You said he was in you pretty much said he was in jeopardy of losing his spot. Or you said he's losing his spot already. That's
No,
what you
yeah,
said.
he said
That's
he
the
lost
exact
his
term.
spot, and I said when.
Yeah, he was
said
saying
early
he's
in the
losing
year.
his spot already, as if it's happening already. It's not happening. I don't know. And I said this in the chat, Rave. I'll say it straight to you. If you trade Steph Curry, you will not get another superstar until you get fired. That's just how that works. I don't know what franchise you think you could run like that, but if somebody built your franchise from the ground up, you do not trade him the second you deem he's useless. You're a Laker fan. You should know that because we did this with Kobe. We didn't trade him when he was trash. No, we gave him another contract and let him ride out. You don't do that.
Slim. They're not
Like
listening to the point I'm
Ray,
trying
you
to
can't
get.
even get better that way. You're just gonna doom the Golden State Warriors for the next 30 years.
Well, shout out to Ball Facts.
Okay, I'm not, bro. You're not okay. I allowed you to talk, so can you please get to?
I'm
Can you hear
quiet. Go
my
ahead,
point?
Ray.
Can you hear my point? They're just jumping on me. Listen,
I'm
what
quiet. Go ahead, Ray.
What I'm saying is, I've been watching Curry's tendencies. He's starting to golf more, starting to do more commercials, starting to be all on the TV screen. Jordan Poole is playing his ass off and doing his motherfucking thing. And Poole shown the time that he did start when he was injured that he can most definitely be a part of the starting lineup. Now, I'm not saying he took his spot. No, he didn't take. No, I feel like Curry still can play for some more years.
And Andrew Wiggins just hit another
Curry
three.
is 34 years old.
Hold on, I got
and I'm
the audio.
sure he's already. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he's thinking about retirement. He's 34 years old.
Hey, Rave, I got you.
I'm not saying get rid of him now. I'm not saying.
Before you finish, I got the audio. I don't know if you can hear this, but listen.
Bullock just missed the three.
There you go, Ray. And people ain't listening.
I said he's eventually gonna take his spot.
No, that's not Ray. We just heard the clip.
Bro.
You mean you gonna say you didn't say something? He just played your own voice.
Okay, word. Okay, but you're not getting. Okay, listen. Word. You're not getting what I'm trying to say though. You're just going by the fact. You're just going by protect Curry. I'm not even a Curry fan.
I'm not even a Curry fan.
I know I feel so bad for y'all is I cannot wait.
Ray,
how you feel bad for
what you're saying?
I cannot wait until Curry retires in the next 2 years. 2 years, bro. All I'm saying is Curry is in retirement mode, bro. I promise you.
What is
Jordan
retirement
Poole is the future. You can't take you gotta start pushing these youngins.
But nobody
I'm
bro. Okay.
Nobody disputing that he the future. We talking about how you saying he take a spot.
Yeah, and how,
right now,
bro?
He take his spot. Curry's starting right now.
How good do you think Jordan Poole is?
Okay, okay. He did not take his spot. If that's what you want me to say, he did not. I don't know how many times I gotta say that.
No, I just want you to keep it consistent.
That's not my point.
I don't care.
My point is.
Well, we got a commercial break right now on Golden State, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know why y'all don't see that. He's 34 years old. Draymond
all right, but you acting like we talking about a player that relies heavily on athletic ability being 34 years old. We talking about
listen, you're not right. That's true. I agree. That's fine. I know that. That's not what I'm talking about.
So why are you saying the things that you're saying?
No, bro, Curry.
All right, move on, man.
Curry, just because Curry don't play athletics, so don't mean Curry about to last another 10 years.
Nobody said 10 years. Just
okay,
be another
Curry's about to retire. Bro, okay. All right, y'all want to put a bet?
We got to move on,
Put a bet. Curry retired in the next 2 years. Okay, we'll put a bet. Curry retires in the next 2 years.
What? I'm ready. We're not doing that. We are not. I'm not going to chase you around 2 years from now for $50. No.
Exactly.
Wait.
Yo, who gonna win the series? Rico, talk to me.
I got Golden State in 6.
Why?
Yeah.
What about? I think 7. I got 7 now, and Golden State winning in 7. That's all good. It's similar stuff.
Yeah, like from what I'm watching, and I've heard a lot of Dallas fans try to tell me this, that Dallas's defense, they keep Luka in the corner and they rotate around him. He's doing a lot of running already. It's the first quarter. He's actually matching up with Clay right now. He's chasing Clay. He's chasing him around Wiggins, who generally doesn't do a lot of running. He does a lot of screens, but he's doing a lot of running now. They've already had him try to switch on to Steph, and he ain't switch off this time. He gave up an open 3. So,
I got a question for you, Rico.
Go ahead. Was
Phoenix team style offense about the same as Golden State, or is Golden State more up tempo?
No. Phoenix's offense is really they call it the Spain pick and roll. It's pretty much very point guard, one person centric. It's really just you keep D Book on one side of the court, you keep Crisp on the other, and they just take turns doing pick and rolls. So that's actually very easy to guard over time. You already know D Book and CP3. They're trying to take a mid-range jumper. They're pretty much the same player. One is more prone to pass, one is more prone to shoot. So you know what you're getting with Phoenix. If DeAndre ain't getting like 30, you can't really open up the top on anybody's defense.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When you're playing against a team like Golden State, Do you prefer man-to-man or zone?
The thing you have to run man. They kind of force you to
16-22.
run it.
Golden State. Keep on.
So you don't believe mine is philosophy, the way they play
Spencer
zone.
Dinwiddie
And
just put this dude in the
philosophy,
spin
the
cycle.
way they play zone.
18-22, Golden State. Dallas trying to cut into this deficit.
And I did want to say this.
You want to talk about Pat Beverley?
Jason's not going to play a zone the whole. Yeah, Jason's not going to play a zone the whole game.
Yeah,
he's going to play man to man. But if he feels his players are getting run down, do you think he'll go to zone?
I think you could run zone against Golden State. Sometimes when they have two non-shooters on the court, like if they got Draymond and Looney, you can run it because then you're really just chasing around Steph and Clay. But when they run their small ball lineup, you need to run man heavy. You need to switch everything. You can't hedge. The second you think about hedging, once that defender goes back to his man and you got to try to recover, that's an open three for all of them.
And that is predicated on them hitting a three balls, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
how well did they shoot the three this year?
I think Golden State wasn't. They wasn't Golden State the way we remember them, but I think they had, by their standards, a down year. I could check it.
Shooting the three.
Yeah, by their standards, they had a down year, but I think that's still better than most teams in the league.
I'm just bringing that up just because of what you just said about how Luka's been chasing. Well,
yeah.
I definitely don't believe they'll keep running that same man-to-man offense. And I think adjustments throughout the series and each game will mean a lot. Now, they're on the road, but I did mention in game before the game started about one critical factor about this game one. To me, this is a little more pressure on Golden State because they can't afford to let Dallas win this game and still be comfortable after winning Game 7 against Phoenix. So Golden State really needs to win today.
Yep.
And I think they probably pull it out. I mean, it's looking – they up by 6 right now from what I see.
People call me crazy when I said Brooklyn Nets wasn't shit. And I was right, so that's all I know. My take may sound bad right now, but it'll sound amazing in the future.
Rave, I just got to ask you a general question when it comes to Steph Curry. Do you think he's going to fall off a cliff, or do you think he's going to have a stage in his career where he's like JJ Redick?
JJ Redick?
Yeah, because
Steph
Curry, even past his prime, when he can't break you down. Rave. Steph Curry, even if I conceded that he's gonna age, which he is, and let's say his ball handles just dropped off, he can't beat you off the dribble anymore. Won't he have a phase in his career where he could just run around screens and shoot?
No, but no. I think it's just gonna be a slow thing, because he's still a high level type shooter. He is a type of guy that like Panic said, he does rely on his athleticism, so his body can still hold up. So he's still he's not gonna be like a dramatic fall. So no, he's not like a fall off cliff or dramatic fall. All I'm saying is, I felt like more and more as he gets older, the team is not going to like his percentages and shooting. I think he might even overshoot as he gets older, and it's not going to be so much of help. And sometimes when you get older, bro, sometimes you can really hurt a team more than you can help a team. And you got guys like Jordan Poole, who's playing amazing. He's super young. You got to start thinking about the future. Curry's 34 years old, and all I'm saying is he can slowly start going down the drain, but it's just slowly, because like Panic said, he doesn't rely on athleticism, so it's not like a dramatic fall. He's not going to jump off the cliff. All I'm saying is I've seen him shoot plenty of games where he's literally 5 for 20, and right now it's fine, but as he gets older, that won't be fine. And eventually that will hurt the team more than help the team. You get what I'm saying?
No, I understand that, Rave, but that's why I just asked you if you think he can take a step back into a JJ Redick role, where he won't get 20 shots. He'll get about 8 to 10.
Which
That's why I asked you.
and
You-
that's fine, but the only reason I said, I mean, that would be
Even
good.
JJ Redick was
You could put,
coming off the bench. So
right,
even
you
then,
could
if he has to come off the bench for Jordan Poole, but he could play JJ Redick's role, I don't see why he can't play for another 5 years. It's really about the money. You know, if he's trying to play a JJ Redick role
right.
and ask for 40 mil, then no. Then
For
of
sure,
course not.
you can for sure you can put Curry on a bench, a lesser of a role. That's fine. Only reason I'm suggesting trade Curry, the only reason I said it is because to get something for him. You get what I'm saying? Because when he's 34 right now, when he's 36, how much you really think you're going to get for him if you decide to trade him and worry about you say the Warriors like, you know what, oh shit, let's worry about our future and try to trade Curry. It's too late now. He's 36. People don't really like his shooting percentages, and you can't get much for him. You get what I'm saying? I'm saying after this season,
before they decide to trade him, first of all, they're gonna give him precedence. I mean, they're gonna give him all the leeway he wants. So he's gonna want to go to a contender at the later age. So
right,
he's gonna have to pick his team, and then that means they ain't gonna get back the assets that they hope.
I agree.
And then on top of that, if he don't want to go to another team, he could just retire and they don't get nothing for him.
Sound like
So Ray, who you looking to get for him if you trade him?
Sound like it's time for him to
Right
join LeBron.
right now, I can't speak on trading him. He's still on the road to a championship. This season, he's playing against the Mavericks to go back to the championship. So I'm not thinking about trade him, but I'm talking about, let's say the Warriors don't go to the championship. They say they don't get the ring. Jordan Poole's playing his ass off. I think the Warriors should start slowly thinking about movements of getting ready for the future. And I say that because Draymond, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but his beard is getting grayer. Curry's practicing on his swings at the golf club.
It's only natural.
I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect Curry, but what I'm saying is this year and maybe next year, that I think you could get him that the most at his peak. You can get something big for him. By the time he's 36, because he's 34 years old, by the time he's 36, you can't get. Something tells me you ain't gonna get much for him. Especially,
but that's not the plan. He built the building they're playing in.
He got to turn into a spot up shooter. Period.
Right. I mean, yeah. Right. You can
that's
think
what I'm saying. JJ Redick.
And that's at worst.
Right. I mean, you like Rico said. There's millions of options you can do. You can start slowly moving him to the bench, make him play less of a role, but he can still do his thing. There's options. Panic said he doesn't rely on athleticism, so he can still do things and his body can hold up. All I'm saying is you don't want the Warriors, like when you're a team that's like, oh shit, now it's time to worry about the future. You don't want to worry about the future, and now you got this old guy on the bench that you feel like is not really helping the team anyways. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather you get him while you got he has some value. That's all I'm saying.
Look,
I don't think
Curry's a legend. I know who he is. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just saying I like to if I'm worried about my future, I want to trade up these dudes at their best value I can get.
Steph's not going to be difficult, Ray. He's not. That's not his personality. He'll go with the program.
Yeah.
Bro, I feel you. I feel you. I respect it. I just know
he's had his. He got his belly full.
He got
icing on his cake.
Ray Zen, he signed two $200 million contracts.
His belly is full.
Yeah, I just want to say this, Rave, and I understand your train of thought, but you got to remember this. Steph is kind of like one of those players who build a franchise, and I don't even ever think Golden State, they're going to retire his number and he's going to end up there. I don't think they ever let him go. And I think it's the right thing for the organization to do. I mean, he built that organization. He's the one who started this. And I don't believe the NBA don't handle theirs like the NFL. The NFL don't give a damn about that. I don't care how good you are. They let Walter Payton go. They let Emmitt Smith go. They let every fucking body. They don't care. It's all about what you did for me lately. But the NBA is a little more on to their guys. So I think, and then Curry, he is in his 13th year, Ray, but he's averaging 25 points a game. So I mean, that's not even in the question right now.
Remember now, they give Kobe all that money on 2 bad knees.
In the immortal words of Lawrence Taylor, fuck the NFL.
Yeah, the NFL is people love the NFL, but I can tell y'all right now, is NFL is about their money, their money.
Criminals.
And they don't give a damn much about the players. They glamour them by showing them on TV, but that's it. And as far as taking care of them, it took them a long time to start on this concussion thing. I don't even want to get into it because a couple of real nice players that I had on my Bears team died from concussions, including Sayal had to damn near kill himself for them to start investing. You know, it's just a long fucking story about them guys, man.
And that was one that really hurt me with Sayal.
And listen, y'all on the panel. This is why I like these young guys and you guys that come up here, because I want to hear both. I want to hear y'all points of view as well. That's why I can talk to y'all, because it's very more mature than like the chat or something. Like I like when I brung it up, I wasn't bringing up like to be an asshole. You get what I'm saying? I'm just thinking like, okay, Jordan Poole, we got these guys getting ready for the future. I think Warriors even have those 2 big men, that power forward and that center that they need to probably start getting ready for the future. You get what I'm saying? When these guys get older, I'm gonna start thinking about the future, bro. That's all I was trying to say.
I understand your train of thought. I understand your train of thought, definitely. In other words, meaning like before you lose so much value, you want to try to get some value. But in Curry's, I mean, he's just one of them players, like Zen said, even his personality, you can almost tell he's a Golden State guy. And I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think Golden State will ever leave Golden State. I think he'll retire there. And I think it's fitting.
This is the third wealthiest franchise in the NBA at this point, and they own their building, and they're just going to get richer. He ain't going nowhere.
I think the only one that would probably be difficult is Draymond, because Draymond probably going to want to still make a foul difference, but I don't even see him being difficult in the end. I think they'll set a role on the bench, kind of like how Udonis Haslem, but I mean, he's still on the bench getting paid just for his leadership and being able to help the coaching staff, direct the players and stuff like that. Like, you don't get rid of a Kyrie, you don't get rid of a Clay, you don't get rid of. I mean, Draymond could be like I said, he's probably the only one that'll be difficult, but other than that, like they build the building that they're in right now.
Yeah, UD is basically an assistant coach.
Yeah,
I feel it. I respect that too, Bad Panic. I mean, I just bringing it up because maybe y'all can talk to me about it, and I have no problem going at it. You know what I'm saying? I have no like sometimes we have to talk about that, bro. I'll be honest with you. And this ain't just the Warriors. Brooklyn Nets too, man. I said,
and I know you mean that by
hold up. But the thing is, Brooklyn Nets too. Everybody and they motherfucker jumped on me, and I said them niggas ain't shit. I'm trying to tell y'all just going by hype. And everybody was on my ass talking about it's going to age well. It's not going to go well, Ray. Stop talking. My takes always ain't the greatest in the beginning. But at the end, I rise above the heavens, my guy. So I ain't even tripping. And that's why them Brooklyn Nets got swept. But that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I ain't bugging. It's all good. I ain't even tripping.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, the logic of what you're saying is understandable. But then when you look at the player itself, you know, you can tell.
Yeah,
Plus,
right,
I mean, you've been a Laker fan. I mean, how long you've been a Laker fan, haven't you?
Yes, going on for 10 years.
Yeah, and when they were in their runs, it was players on that team that you felt should never be traded. Also, wasn't it? At least in the Lakers wasn't.
You call yourself a Laker fan.
I mean, things that happened to our Lakers, I thought would never happen, and especially the injuries, man. Kobe was playing his absolutely greatly. I mean, greatest, and then before you know it, man, he twisted his ankle or Achilles, his hand, broken fingers. Like, oh my god, man, and it's crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of things that's happened on Lakers that it happened, and then it just like whatever, man. You got to move on.
Well, I got a question to the panel guy because I was speaking with some other guys earlier, and they were really going at this one hard. Who's the better player, Jason Tatum or Jimmy Butler?
That could go either way on any given night.
You know, and that question came about because Boston's playing Miami. So I just ask you guys, who's the better player, Jason Tatum or Jimmy Butler?
Jason Tatum or Jimmy Butler? I don't know.
That's a tough one. I know it. I know it's a tough
hard. It's hard because they're both playing exceptionally well.
Tough.
No, it is tough.
It's not. It's not even a tough answer. It's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
by far.
But then Jimmy Butler's balling his ass off in the playoffs, but at the same time, Tatum is too, though.
It's a 50.
It's not even close. Jimmy Butler is the better player. Jimmy Butler has experienced. Thank you, and he has taken teams to the playoff on his own.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm talking about Chicago and all. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
Jimmy Butler had to take a team from somebody.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum never really had that issue. They made way for him, especially once Kyrie didn't resign. That made it even easier for Jason Tatum to emerge.
Going to the conference finals, rookie season made it easy for him to emerge.
Dex, I totally agree with that.
Kyrie wasn't
only reason I'm not saying
Kyrie there for the season. He was there for the season.
He wasn't there for the conference finals.
To position them.
No, not that year. Kyrie was there the next year. They didn't go to the conference finals with Kyrie at all. Kyrie came the year Jason Tatum's second year.
Yeah, the second year. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's his name? Thomas. Was there.
And Dex, I wanted to throw this back to you because last night you were asking, and I was listening to the show again today. You was asking about a dice out of Denver, and that was Antonio McDice.
Exactly. Antonio McDice. There you go.
Yeah, big man.
Yeah.
The leaper.
Yeah, a lot of people forgot about him.
Yeah, and we were joking with Marquez at the time, and I didn't.
No, we didn't talk about Pat Bev. I don't think so.
We can.
I mean, you got the Pat Bev situation. You got Rondo. You got Rajon Rondo situation that's been going on. So it's a lot of that has been.
I'd like to speak on the Pat Bev situation personally.
What's going on with that, guys?
Can we speak on Pat Bev, please?
All right, I'm a Pat Bev fan personally, but the shit he's doing in the media is foul. The way he's talking in the media, all greasy about other players, is foul. It's going to come back to haunt him because they're going. Right now, they are getting on his ass. They are. And it's going to come back to haunt him. Watch. No man is perfect. So you go out there on TV calling out other players.
Is this a PR move, guys?
I don't think it's a PR, but I think that's who he is.
It's a brilliant move by Stephen A. Smith.
That's what I'm saying. Is this to get viewers? Come on, guys.
Well, wait, hold on.
I don't think initially been like that, but I think after he caused all this uproar, I think that's what ESPN might like bring him back.
Right. I agree with you, Panic.
Like
Pat Bev is being. Listen, Pat Bev is Panic. Pat Bev is being him, but because this bitch is getting buzz and the level, the rank, the views are going up. Nick, I ain't gonna cap. To be honest with you, this is the most we've ever paid attention to First Take and all them niggas
in a long time.
They've been on a low. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really cares. Every time they talk,
check it, Ray.
So Pat Bev and boosted up the energy up in there.
Check it, Ray. Let me ask you, what happens if Stephen A. takes Pat Bev under his wing for the next 2 years before he retires? Then what is Pat Bev? He's a beast.
Yeah.
I mean, not really.
On his mind.
I don't think Pat Bev gonna have. Honestly, he ain't gonna have a future in media. But I like listen to what he's saying. Like some of his takes don't never have anything behind it. Like his rationale behind giving James Harden the Supermax ain't that make sense. It just seemed like he been like, oh, that's my homeboy. Yeah. So I'm gonna say this. Even when he called on Chris Paul a corn, it been like, bro, you just seem mad. Then when y'all had a one-on-one interview, Stephen A. been like, okay, so tell me the history. Oh, I been in his camp when LeBron camp and whatnot, and I destroyed him. And it's like, so what you hold? Like you letting us, you holding something against him, and then when you speak about him, it's like you just mad because they don't give him the slander that you feel like they deserve. But we do give him that slander. I pay plenty of people say, oh yeah, he always blowing a 3-1 lead, or he can't do this, he can't do that. His slander just come on playoff level and not like just as a regular individual player because he's a Hall of Famer as an individual player.
Pat Bev don't have championship expectations. I'm sorry,
but no, and he nailed it on the head. And Stephen A. tried to sidestep it because he said 2 names and he focused on the wrong name. And I like when Stephen A. does this a lot. He said, wait, Marvin. He said Pat Bev said, Give Chris Paul the Paul George level slander. Then he went on to say, give Chris Paul the Ben Simmons level slander. See, when they completely ignored the slander level that they was giving Paul George, and he just went and pretty much went towards Ben Simmons.
Paul
And
George shoot the ball on the
that's
side of the
no,
backboard. I can't forget
no,
that.
no. This man just had 1 shot and 0 points at halftime.
I mean, but we
In a
don't look
pivotal
at Chris
game
Paul
7.
for that, though.
No,
Be
we
real
don't.
now.
We don't. We don't.
We don't
That's the
view him.
problem. That's the problem. Chris Paul's gonna walk into next. This ain't the first time he's choked, but we didn't go an entire season after like we did with Paul George and slander him.
Yeah, I mean,
I guarantee you we're gonna walk into next. Wait, Rave. I guarantee you we're gonna walk into next season, and we're not gonna talk about Chris Paul the way we slandered Paul George after the bubble. We're not. That's not fair. That's just not fair. That just shows blatant favoritism, and that's what a lot of players don't like about Chris Paul. He gets favoritism. That's why Rajon Rondo don't like him. Blatant favoritism.
I'll give you that. But
I think a lot of players that don't like him comes at the strength of whenever you a man in power, like he been the president of basketball, our players union. When you a man in power, sometimes the decision that you make, they might not like, oh yeah, he side with everything LeBron said. That's his homeboy. They ain't got the rate that a LeBron said gonna go to Chris Paul. And at the same time, I will admit by Chris Paul, he do whine on the court a lot to the refs. He us like a little tattletale, a little teacher's pet, well, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, we give him the same slander. We just don't look at Chris Paul as, oh, yeah, he need to give me 20, 25 points in a meaningful game. We look at Chris Paul like, you don't need to turn the ball over in a meaningful game. But with Paul George, we don't expect you to go out there and give us 10, 11 points, shooting the ball up the side of the backboard. Like, that's not what they brought you in there for. So that's why I feel like the slander difference between those two. And with Ben Simmons, ain't even comparable. Because with Ben Simmons, like, we looking for you to take us to the promised land right alongside of Joel Embiid, and you ain't even taking no jumper. They giving you the wide open jumper, you ain't even taking them. So I don't think the slander the same. I think he get the appropriate amount of slander because you can't take the fact that he's a Hall of Fame pure point guard. And at the end of the day, like we don't remember some boy like Book had put up 40 points that game, and Chris Paul like come in with the points he come in. Maybe it's like Chris Paul, you could have helped the man out a good, but
nobody said nothing about D Book. That's the problem.
But Panic.
Nope, nothing. Not a single word about him.
Yeah, but what about James Bouknight?
Remember when we was talking about Chris Paul a while back and Panic? And I'm pretty sure you remember. I was saying Chris Paul's career. I don't really slander him too much, but I can always say his downfalls or like I remember Marquise called him a loser. I called him an underachiever. I said underachiever because, like Panic just said, we cannot take away the fact that his length of his career, he still had all-stars appearances. He still is a part of the game that we'll always remember, and he's going to go down as a legend. We can't take that from him. That's all I'm saying. But what I also can bring up the fact is you're 39 years old, you still haven't won a ring. You can't play in this league that damn long. You still ain't win a ring, bro. And especially when you had a good, solid team in the Suns, a very good, solid team, and you've been last year, but you was literally in the grasp of a championship against the Bucks, and that was your chance. And here you are, you got beat up by the Mavs.
But look, Flight called it.
And then you went out there and scored 2 points in the whole game.
Flight called it. Flight called it the entire time. And I didn't believe him. Flight said as soon as the pressure's on Chris Paul, and he was right. I didn't believe him. And he was right. He said it the entire time.
If you look at Chris Paul's history, he's had some tough games in Game 7. He hasn't won a championship, right?
Yeah.
Right, but you never will. That on one player.
I know that. I mean, but they put it all on James Harden, so come on now. But
I don't feel like Chris Paul is
Wayne.
They put it on Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, they put it on Russell Westbrook. They do.
Wayne, put it like Chris Paul's ever a 1A.
You talking about when Chris Paul been in Houston?
Who scratched?
I mean, wherever he's been playing. I mean, if you want to say that, Jimmy Butler has never won a championship.
See, my thing about Chris Paul is y'all got to look at this right here. Every team he goes to, he make better and he take them further. He is not the guy to take you to the promised land, but he will be the guy that get that bus to that station. Now, whatever the bus go at from there, that's where you rely on Devin Booker as his counterpart, James Harden as his counterpart, supposed to be Shea Alexander and OKC as your counterpart, and when he, like I said, a lot of people say, oh yeah, the Lob City, that was a super team, which there wasn't a super team. They just were overachievers.
Thank you.
So it's like
it wasn't that talented. I've been trying to tell them that. No panic.
Oh yeah, they ain't gonna listen to that.
They over here trying to tell me how DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin was a big three. Like,
Listen. Okay, here's where I disagree. I get what your point is. I'm just going by at that time. They had guys that was coming off the bench that was value. Some they had Jamal Crawford, JJ. They had, and especially that big duo of Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. Boy, they was dunking, bro. Rebounds, everything. You can do something with that. That's all I was saying. That was a team you can do something with, bro.
Go look at DeAndre Jordan's ass outside of playing with Chris.
His right shoulder, he's bothered.
Let me look at that roster again.
I told them go look at how much DeAndre Jordan averaged before he met Chris Paul. They didn't want to look it up. The man was averaging like 6 points and 6 rebounds.
With Chris Paul, though.
Okay, that just means Chris Paul is making him look better than he is, right?
Exactly.
That doesn't mean he's good himself. Well, you know how many centers that Steve Nash got paid? Marcin Gortat got him a nice bag. Yeah, he wasn't really that good. He was just playing with Steve Nash.
Can I offer a different subject real quick?
Go ahead, please.
I wanted to ask y'all what y'all thought about Time Lord last night.
He was balling.
Played well.
About Robert Williams.
Yeah, he played well.
So let me
18 and 9.
Can I read this?
Go ahead, Ray.
This is why I said you can do something with it. Clippers in 2013 through 14 season, we had Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, Danny Granger, Glenn Davis, Jamal Crawford, Matt Barnes, Reggie Bullock, AJ Redick, Hedo Turkoglu.
You know I named like 4 or 5.
Hold up, Hedo Turkoglu. Hold up.
He said Danny Granger. Boy was extra washed up, bro.
I'm just okay. Hold up,
man. Granger used to be a bad motherfucker.
Can I read it off? Can I just read it
off? Golden State Warriors 41. Dallas Mavericks 35.
Talking about rave cut y'all off, but y'all do the same thing, but y'all want to jump on me.
You just cut off my whole topic, but go ahead.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying y'all can do the same thing too, nigga. I ain't
No. Keep on
y'all
going.
ain't lambs. That's all I'm saying.
The likes are free. Hit the likes. That's all I'm asking.
So I'm just saying, Hedo Turkoglu, JJ, Chris Paul, DeAndre, Antoine Jameson, Steven Jackson, Blake Griffin, Willie Green, Danny Granger, Jared Dudley, Glenn Davis, Jamal Crawford, Reggie Bullock, and Matt Barnes.
Ray, you just read a bunch of players that was past their prime and they just been jumping on that team because they thought that team was going
that's a whole bunch of names that just talk on ESPN from time to time.
That's all You bring up Big Baby
I disagree with Hedo. I disagree with
you bring up Big Baby Davis.
Oh my God!
And then on top of it, let me break down these stars, right? Blake Griffin at the time was just a dunker. He had no
He
had no mid range. He had none of that yet. He only get that because he got injured and lost his athletic ability.
Oh my God,
Jordan was just a lob threat and a rebounder and a rim protector. Chris Paul was the only player that you could look at and be like, he's a championship piece. If you put Blake Griffin on the team as on and you take Chris Paul off there, he ain't lead him no way. Same thing for DeAndre Jordan.
Glenn Davis.
A lot of younger people see highlights and thought they were a super team.
Okay, we watched Blake Griffin lead a team in Detroit. Like, we don't even have to have this conversation.
Okay, hold up. I disagree with y'all on JJ. He was only 7 years in.
But JJ ain't never been that type of player to where he taking a team anyway. He been catching shoot coming off the screen.
He was splashing.
You talking about a 65 overall?
Billy Griffin was 3 years in. He was young. Willie Green. And hold up, Danny Granger was only 8 years in at that time.
Danny Granger was washed even in Indiana, Rave. Stop telling me about the Clippers, Danny Granger.
I hear you.
Rave, you know a lot of those players going
looking
over
at
to them to try to
ages.
get a chip. They thought they were the next best thing smoking.
I ain't got damn. I'm trying to give these niggas hope, man. Y'all assholes. I get it. All right, I get it.
That I don't hold the Clippers against Chris Paul because that team was never that talented. That's what I'm telling you. Like I don't hold that against them. Completely overrated team, I'll tell you that.
I mean, Crawford was nice. I like Bullock. Willie Green. Oh, no, not Willie Green. Yeah.
Are you guys watching this Golden State game?
I am. Draymond got too much energy for a different team to win right now. Like, you already know when Draymond going crazy and making a bunch of defensive stops, the Warriors really not gonna lose.
We all got that one cousin.
Hey,
we all got that one cousin that ain't quite right. You know what I'm talking about? We all got that one cousin that ain't quite right, but he extra strong. His name is
We know those.
His name is Draymond.
We know.
You seen this podcast? He ain't quite right.
We got Andrew Wiggins hooping.
I'll tell you what, though. Every time his podcast go up, I'll be jumping over that motherfucker. It's good.
Nah, I didn't even check out his podcast.
It's good.
Rico,
he ain't did it at halftime yet.
Hey, let me read this. My bad.
Got a question to you, Rico.
Yo.
You see the score of this game, right? 30. What's your score you got?
1 second.
Yeah,
It's 37-46 with 2:50 left in the second.
I'm surprised Dre ain't did a
Pace of the game. Who is it in favor right now?
I'm sorry, what happened, Marvin?
Pace of the game. Who is it in favor right now?
It looks like Golden State, honestly. They're doing everything they want to do. They're not. You can't really rush them. Dallas in my opinion, Dallas thinks they're slowing them down, but Golden State is still getting all the shots they want.
Yeah, and it's
49 points, so that's low for Golden State. That's low for Golden State.
Is their scoring up? Is Golden State scoring up?
Nah.
For the half.
Nah.
No, but we know they usually have those huge third quarters. Right. So if they walk in right now with like 55 points at halftime, they could walk into the fourth with about 80 or 90. You know, that'll put them back on pace for their 110.
The death lineup, the new death lineup.
I mean, I'm not. I just want to hear your take. I'm just gonna. I asked that question because I always check scores at half and see how they, end up at the end of the game. And that's what's called halftime adjustment.
I was going to say to add on to Rico. Not only that, the Warriors. If you listen to this, Kevin Looney with 8, Andrew Wiggins with 15, Klay Thompson with 0, Steph Curry with 7, Draymond with 6, Jordan Poole with 11, Otto Porter with 2, Damian Lee with 2. You got multiple players that scored already. If you go to the Mavericks, we got Reggie Bullock with 9, Jalen Brunson with 7, Luka Doncic with 11, and Spencer Dinwiddie with 7. So, I mean, the rest of the guys are all 0 and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So we got
the reason I'm asking that, Rafe, is because you guys remember Game 1 against Phoenix, how Dallas played? It was almost a spitting image of this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying that because this is a 7-game series. So I'm just stating it. I'm letting you guys know. And Jason Kidd, the way he fills out teams, the way he makes halftime adjustments, and then or either series adjustments, game by game adjustments.
To read this,
so I'm not saying Golden State is showing their hand right now, but Dallas is not being blowed out yet. But yet Golden State is getting everything they want.
Yeah.
So, if you understand, Rico, I think you understand what I'm saying. All you guys do.
Like Golden State right now, they're playing the way they want to play, but Dallas is still hanging in. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And halftime adjustments. I mean, just yesterday, Miami halftime adjustment.
Robert Williams, the only Celtics starter in the positive plus minus yesterday. The only one, +5. Everybody else on the team was negative. Matter of fact, everyone on the team but him.
Yeah, to think Boston is out of that series, people need that. That's definitely not the case.
To think he wasn't missed at least somewhat like Middleton was in the last series is ridiculous, and that's why I'm bringing up Robert Williams, because y'all saw what he could do last night. For those who weren't aware, you see what he can do. And
that's what I was trying to tell the panel.
And then rightfully so against Miami, because against Milwaukee, he had to basically try to guard Giannis the whole game, and that take away from your offense. So Bam's not that offensive threat in a sense.
You didn't see the Celtics throwing lobs for 2 series now. All of a sudden, here go the lobs. Right? I mean, every now and then Jason might get one, but as soon as Rob gets in the game, it's a lob threat.
Warriors are 56% from field goal, 26% from the 3-point, and Mavericks 31 from the field goal and 24 from the 3-point percentage tonight. As we
got a question for the panel.
You got a 43 and 53 game.
What's good, Marvin?
Go ahead.
Here's the question I have, guys. Is the 50-40, is the 40-50-90 club something truly elite?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
40-50-90 club?
It's
those
really
are the guys
difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
50% from the field from the field range, 40% from 3, and 90% from the free throw line.
Yep.
Whole season.
Ultron has finished running.
Sorry about that.
The mic's off.
Zen, I got a fun fact for you, Zen.
What's up?
Did you know that what's his name? Tony Snell is gonna hold an NBA record, probably that'll never be broken in NBA history. Tony Snell.
That 0 stat line game?
No. He shot 50% from the field this year in 2021, 50% from 3, and 100% from the free throw line for the whole season in 2021.
He must have took 20.
And mind you, he didn't shoot nothing but maybe 4 or 5 of each, but he hit every one of them.
That bastard.
That is a crazy stat, man.
That bastard.
And let me read this. Let me go with this last 19 seconds. Luka Doncic crossing people over, wants a screen. We got 13 seconds left with 7 on the shot clock. He drained at a time. Luka crossing over, driving on Curry. Oh, blocked by Damian Lee, but they got a foul. As it's 44-54, with 7.8 seconds on the clock in the second quarter. Ladies and gentlemen,
going to go once a screen, tween. That's what
I'm just reading this little.
That shit would have rhymed perfectly.
And Zen, did you know that Steve Nash was in the 50-40-90 club 2 years straight?
Yep.
That's elite.
2 years straight.
That's elite. And probably averaged 22 a game while doing it.
Man, that boy. Back in his day, Steve Nash.
Luka would have missed free throw.
Playing with Jordan, you gonna get some open looks.
He was a badass back in his day, man.
Yeah, he was.
Luka would have missed free throw.
Who scratched Luka up like that?
Yeah, that boy got beat up.
They're trying to get physical with him, which is what I would do.
Yeah.
On some Olivia Newton.
You know, Pat Bev would do it. Y'all niggas call that damn defense because he's breathing on niggas' neck.
Ray, did you get a chance to speak? Did you get a chance to speak with Zen yesterday about the draft?
No, I was occupied yesterday.
I don't think he was here. Zen
was in the bushes.
He was in the chat.
Ray was looking for you, Zen.
They don't look
He was in them bushes.
I responded in the chat.
We're gonna tank to get a good pick.
First of all, not that I need to prove my whereabouts, but I let Flight know early in the day I had shit going on. I probably wasn't gonna be on.
I feel you.
So how did you feel about your draft position?
I really don't. It don't bother me one way or the other. To be honest, I'm not worried about the draft. I know, some people look at it a certain way. I really don't care. We don't need a home run hitter. We got two stars, well, one superstar and one star at least in the cannon right now. I just ain't worried about it. And then at number 7, we're looking at Kuechly, I think the guy, the 6'8" forward is his name, and that's cool.
Is that what you need? Is that what you need?
Yeah, we just need a power forward.
Is he ready to play?
I don't know if he's ready to play, but I mean, we're okay down there anyway. Okay. Not great, but okay.
So you don't want to make any moves on Portland this year? I mean, in the offseason?
Yeah, but we got so much cap space that we're not dependent upon a rookie.
Oh, I feel you.
So they may
just start to come.
I was happy to see Damian Lillard being present at the draft representing the Portland Trailblazers. That's a good sign in itself.
But he had a sour look on his face when they said number 7. He's like, I came all this way for nothing.
I don't think nobody was more sour than Marquez last night. I believe his feelings was truly hurt yesterday.
Boy. The 11th pick. Oh my God.
How about the Kings' luck, man? The Kings always get the most balls and always end up number 4.
Pause, but
Kings are ridiculous. Pause. Yeah, they're ridiculous. And
Dex being on the panel didn't make it no damn better because he's just roasting the hell out of them. I'm like, man, that's a damn shame.
Who was you roasting, Dex?
Hey, we always roasted him.
Marquez.
Marquez.
We always roasted
Marquez, man. He was killing him, man.
Did you hear the songs I was pulling out my sleeve, boy? I haven't heard those songs. I haven't sung those songs in a minute.
Dex just comes straight in talking about he don't give a damn. He ain't with nobody. The only one he want to be happy is fucking Orlando. I'm like, ain't this a big? That's fucked up.
Matter of fact, there go our superstar on TV right now.
Hey, hold on, Marvin. I know you're not gonna call out Mr. Dex talking about Mr. This is Marvin Marquise. Trying to act like you know. You're trying to be a reporter.
Well, I wanted an interview. You know, I wasn't talking about it. Dex was talking about every damn body. He didn't care.
The life of a Knicks fan, boy. It
Well,
gotta be rough.
I swear I said that. I never seen a team so bad never get a good pick.
Yeah,
like
man.
I've been around New York my whole life. I born and raised, grew up in New York. Yeah, I ain't never getting no good draft picks, which I always suck. I don't get it. It's like every single year.
I disagree because I think they got karma. And that karma is from when they booed that good pick they got, Porzingis. Porzingis was a pick of picks. They was roasting him on the internet. They was roasting him on the draft day. They welcomed that Porzingis, that 7'1" monster in the I'm actually 7'2" or 7'3". That monster in the wrongest way possible did him dirty, and Porzingis did everything. Porzingis doing fadeaways, threes, killing folk. That was a huge pick they got, and they was booing him, disrespecting him, and they got karma back on their ass.
Yeah, but they was bad way before that, Ray. They was bad way before that.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying, wait, hold up. I agree on that, but I'm saying they had an opportunity to change hopes when they got a good pick in that Porzingis pick, and then they disrespected that pick.
If you take most of the picks and put them on a better franchise, they're going to turn out better than what the Knicks do because the Knicks is a dog shit organization. They'll fuck up anybody.
But that's
you believe that's in?
Just
that's
karma.
And what was most sad about them not getting their high picks in the lottery is the fact that they actually is a big market team and can't get players to come. So that make them hurt even more because at least if they've been a big market team not getting the high draft pick, they can at least learn certain free agents and then get other players that want to come on a smaller contract as they building the team. But it's like, I mean, what the Knicks need to do right now, man, like shit. I know because
start trading.
Can't really fix them at this point.
Time to start trading.
I'll say this: there's really no point in them crying about not getting a good pick, anyways. Y'all drafted 2 point guards ahead of Steph Curry. Y'all just suck at drafting. Yeah. Like that's like Shaq complaining he's not getting to the free throw line enough. Like you're not gonna make the free throws regardless, Shaq. Like what is wrong?
For real. I've been practicing.
Wait a minute. What point guards they picking ahead of Steph Curry?
I've been working with Kenny.
Johnny Flynn.
No, that Minnesota.
Ernie told me some shit.
No.
2 out of 3 now.
Yeah, Minnesota get Johnny Flynn and
I forgot who they picked ahead of Steph Curry. Shit.
They did pick a point guard before Steph Curry, but Minnesota picked 2 point guard before him.
Probably Dellavedova or some shit like that.
Wait a minute, Rico. Are you telling me that the Knicks had a chance to get Stephen Curry?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, we think Dellavedova's going to be the guy.
I think no. Draft.
They picked Pablo Prigioni.
Who?
Wow.
No, hold on.
What you say?
Wait. Oh, bro, they picked up Jordan.
They
Bro,
didn't pick Pablo Prigioni, but they're the type of franchise to do that.
Yeah,
hey, check this. Y'all ready to hear one of the players was?
Who was it?
Jordan Hill.
What? Who the fuck is Jordan Hill?
You could have said George Hill, and I'd have felt better about it.
Man, Rave lying, man. Rave, you lying.
Nigga, 2009 draft with Stephen Curry. I have it right here. The Knicks chose Jordan Hill.
No longer in the league.
Did he play a game?
Oh.
I remember Jordan Hill on the Lakers.
He was on our Lakers.
No, but see, the Knicks draft him after Curry.
That's crazy.
Okay. Let me look at the numbers. They ain't give me no numbers. Let me look at it. Okay, that was after Curry. Yup.
I think they missed
one
out
pick
on
after
Curry.
though.
I think they missed out on him.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, the most egregious to me was this year when them not trying to go get Halliburton. I mean, when he was available. I believe they did try to get Halliburton, and I don't think Sacramento wanted the trade they were offering.
I don't. Who besides R.J. Barrett? Can somebody tell me like their last solid draft pick was it Landry Fields?
Porzingis. Or you could say Kevin Knox, but I wouldn't agree with you.
Well, you definitely can't say Kevin Knox.
Nah.
So yeah, the Timberwolves draft Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn at 5 and 6, and Curry coming at 7.
What? What year?
2009. Harden going 3. Tariq Evans going 4. That's another point guard. Blake Griffin going number 1. Hashim Thabit going number 2.
Dude, Patrick Beverley
going number 9.
Oh, wait a minute. Patrick Beverley was a 42 overall pick. What the hell?
Yeah, he a pesky defender. I always say I'll never call him a lead. He a pesky defender.
All right, wait a minute. Those numbers you just threw out. I think is that Rap God. What draft order was the Knicks in at that time?
The Knicks been the 8th pick.
I know. I'm going.
And they passed on. And they passed on who? They passed on who?
They passed on DeMar DeRozan, Brandon Jennings, Terrence Williams, Gerald Henderson, Tyler Hansborough.
And who did they get? Who did the Knicks get?
Jordan Hill. Shit, they passed on Drew Holiday.
They skipped on Drew Holiday. Yep. Ty Lawson
and Jordan Hill ended up with the Lakers.
See,
don't laugh like that.
He was part of that Kobe era.
Darren Collison been all right.
And listen, they
also Kobe's feelings.
Listen, they also passed up on. They also passed on Wayne Ellington, DeMar Curl, Jeff Teague, Ty Lawson, Drew Holiday. All those dudes was better than fucking Jordan Hill.
But shit, Timberwolves passing back to back, number 5 and number 6. They take back to back point guards and one.
Hold up, Danny Green. They passed.
Too short. What's up?
And the crazy thing about it is, any other year, whenever a player hot inside college basketball, whenever they playing good, them boys get that recency bias and be like, "Oh, draft him or whatnot." Except for Curry, like Curry, the way Curry been playing inside college, he should have been drafted top 3. Like based on like history of how they draft and whatnot, they always have one player that played good in March Madness that they just overvalued because they were Cinderella.
Sorry, y'all.
I can understand the Blake Griffin at number 1 pick because he was a grown ass man at Oklahoma.
For sure.
Y'all think y'all get hype everywhere for blow the whistle? Be in Oakland when that shit come on. Motherfucking sideshow will break out.
I know we might be writing the Knicks down a little bit, but I got a question to the panel. Do you guys think that the top brass of New York after the season was over was too quick to name Tom Thibodeaux the coach for next year?
Can I take that first, panel?
Go
ahead. I think we could say it like, yeah, they're too quick, but they got to establish what direction they're going at first, and that starts with a coach. So if they're not, I think just by them choosing to keep Tibbs, that means that they're not going to do a very big roster overhaul. They're looking to add a piece or something. If they look to get a new coach, then that's more of a sign or a tell that they're trying to rebuild.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is because does this solidify that Randall's is staying?
Pretty much.
I think it does, unless they could trade him for some, something good, like an actual. They need to trade him for what they're trying to use him for. They're using him as a number 1 option on the team, but he's really a number 3. They're paying him like a number 3, so he should be able to stay on the roster. But you can't get nobody to come to the Knicks unless you package him. So,
and I think he gotta go because like just him being in New York, he don't make that shit toxic for himself. Like the fans already, every time he do something wrong, they're gonna be calling for him to be on the bench or whatever the case may be. Like he just that's welcome rolling out. Like ain't nothing else to really say about that. I mean, welcome rolling out.
Who you talking about?
Julius Randle.
Oh,
yeah.
You know, sometimes, man, I think we're too easy, and these teams are too easy to give up on players. I think maybe sometimes they need to stick together and fight it out a little bit. Stop being bitches and running all the time.
I disagree. I mean,
he need to develop. Like he ain't trying to develop a left hand. I mean, the right hand.
Look, motherfucker, you're under contract. Do it.
Yeah, I was about to say I agree with him, and because maybe it's a little bit biased because he's a Laker boy. But I mean, I feel like you can really get Randall to become more than what he is right now. Only because I've seen him, like we've seen him improve. He did get the most improved. I've seen him go from a person that was, I guess, wasn't ready for the NBA, and he buffed up. He just looked like, man, okay, he really wants to work. And what I've seen so far from Randall, he ain't afraid. He goes out there. He can shoot a little bit, grab rebounds. He's tall. He's tall enough to still play in there, do his thing. And we've seen Randall go off before. So to give up on him like a lot of people like to do, I don't think that's the greatest idea. I agree with Zen. I don't think it's time to give up on him like that. I think maybe he needs a new coach, maybe there's a new team, but
it's probably Thibodeaux.
It's just like, man,
Thibodeaux wears on people.
Bad. I wouldn't even look at it like they're giving up on him. I just look at it like, shit, you can't have him in the like that's like having a quarterback that the fan base don't want. Everything they do, he's gonna be like, "Oh, we want this player. Oh, we want the backup. We want the backup. We want the backup. We want the backup." I mean, like I said, me personally, I feel like the Knicks overachieved that season that they go into the playoffs, and I feel like once they overachieved that season, and their mind is like, "Oh, we good. Like this gonna be every year," and then reality hit, and now it's like, "Damn, where do we go from here?" So it's like you can't get rid of the coach because you like that's probably the only stable thing about it. Like in your mind, like this is the only stable thing y'all got.
Nah, you know what? I hear you, man, but how old is Tom Thibodeaux? About 67, 68? Something like that? Go sit your old ass down. Look at the young coaches.
That's facts, bro.
Doka.
Bro, facts, bro. The only old man I know that's doing so well as a coach right now is that man, Greg Popovich. Other than that, these old guys need to. I mean, there's some older guys, I guess, left, but these old guys, I'm sorry, but the league is changing. Okay. You know,
Rico, I want to address this question to you, Rico. With you feeling the same way like I am in a sense, because they kept Tibbs, they're going to end up keeping Randall. Well, where does this put Obi?
Obi?
Yeah.
Stay together, play small ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Julius Randle, his All-Star the season they made the playoffs, there's actually pulling up some stats on Julius Randle about him being a very good defender. So maybe.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm bringing up Obi is because the Knicks base and everybody in New York is mad because Obi wasn't getting enough playing time, and that was because Julius Randle was getting it all. So I'm asking you, will he get? If you're going to keep Tibbs and keep Randle, do you keep Obi?
Well, they're about to lose Mitchell Robinson, so why not? Why not slide Randle to the 5? And
no way.
But that's the thing. That's how you have it. It's either or. Either you got to trade Randle, or you got to trade Obi, or you got to have them learn to play together.
They first need to find a point guard. They ain't had one of them in years.
Yeah, they need.
Yeah, and how is that? How is New York the mecca of top point guards, and the New York Knicks don't have a fucking point guard?
They should have been the one that go on and try to get Chris Paul when he first believed in OKC. They should have tried to make a trade for him.
Well, that's the thing. If anybody remember the Knicks had all that cap, and they said they was going to get someone. They thought, what's his name? And people was on my ass about it. They was like, oh no, this nigga's still shit. What's his name? The little New Yorker that they felt like he could still ball.
Alvarado, Jose Alvarado.
No. I'm talking about Knicks.
Kemba
Walker. Yeah, they said he's the Knicks and he still got something in him. He can bring it to New York. He's back home. I said, man, that boy is old, retired knees.
Ain't nobody said that but Dave James.
Yeah, beautiful San Francisco.
We all try to say it, right, Dak?
Right.
We all try to tell him he's washed up.
Right.
And when I say they need a point guard, they don't need a combo guard. They don't need a Kemba. They need an actual
right. No, right. That's what we were saying. The Knicks thought they had something in Kemba, and then they gave Fournier a pile of money too for no damn reason, and that boy don't play no damn defense. So they thought they were doing something. That's all I'm saying. They thought,
that's why I say about players that play on trash teams. Like he make the All-Star. Kimba make the All-Star. I ain't trying to say Kimba been a bad player. Like he ain't been good when he been with Charlotte. But it's like, let's keep it real. Like he been on a bad team putting up shots.
That's a fact, Trey Carter.
Yeah, but he got hurt. I believe Kimba's issue was injury. Dex, I got
Thibodeaux like the run.
Little guys trying to penetrate too much.
Okay, hold on,
penetrate at all.
Hold on, everybody. Let me say this one thing. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, voice of the voiceless, the people's champ. Shout out to the stellar panel and the voices that you're hearing coming out of Flight Sports TV. Shout out to the chat and the courageous chatter that goes on down there. This is the only wild, crazy, lit, off the chain, gassy chat that you will ever imagine in the history of the YouTube landscape, where moderators fight moderators and moderators time out each other, but let spam and the haters just run amok. Yep. So shout out to you guys that's a part of the Flight Sports TV streets. We appreciate you pulling up and hugging the block. But guess what? It don't stop there. Wait, there's more. Flight is on a path and journey to greatness. Yeah. And we all want to take part in that. And we all want to have a hand in that. So when it gets to the highest of plateaus, we can say, I was a part of building that aspect of YouTube content creation. I was a brick in the wall. And if you want to be a brick in the wall, if you want to be immortalized in the streets of Flight Sports TV, please help Flight in his endeavors as he travel safely to and fro, coming back with closed deals that we can have appreciated guests that gives various perspectives of things in life that we all can enjoy and benefit off of. Donate to the Cash App. Donate to the Super Chat. Donate to the PayPal. We're trying to raise $2,500. I hate to ask you for anything. Yep. Trust me, I hate to ask you for anything. You guys see how I live. You guys see how I get out. But listen, it's not a one-man show. Flight Sports TV, curated by Flight himself, have said this channel is for the people. So we welcome all. You feel me? We have no bars. We hold bars. We hold bar none. We do not have tier membership. You do not have to pay to be a part of this, to be a part of any exclusive or high-end content. It's free. But sometimes we have to get the things done that cost money. Not because we want your money. It's because it's a need. It's a necessity. We know money makes the world go round. We live in a capitalistic society, and it's quintessential to have funds. If you don't, then maybe your life might not be as kind, unless you want to live off the grid. If you want to live on the grid, it's going to take some change. So please support Flight Sports TV. Rave will drop the Cash App. And listen, don't feel guilty if you're not able to support. But damn, be ashamed of yourself if you can support and you're just being a miser and you're just being stingy. Okay? Your presence is a charity. Also, your pockets is a charity. And we want you to be present and dig in your pockets at the same goddamn time, okay? Let's not play games here. Help Flight Sports TV grow into a whole nother ionosphere, okay? We want to be above the stratosphere. We want to be up in the ionosphere. Flight Sports TV, baby. Donate.
Please.
We'll be right back.
One
Make
last
that money
thing.
call.
I got the order number. Hurry up! Get him up.
129.9 pounds. Undefeated. He has 7 wins. 6 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of San Antonio, Texas, by way of Austin, here is Floyd Kid Austin Schofield the third.
Oh yeah, I want to give a shout out to Flight Sports TV.
Yes, sir. That was our beloved young king. That lion is roaring in the ring. Kid Austin. He will be fighting on the 21st. It'll be World War III out there in Texas, and we want to help support. So go to his Instagram at Kid Austin 1 and hit the likes on his videos and hit the follow and keep up to date with Kid Austin and all his content and endeavors and his fight tracks.
Hey, I wanted to say this one last thing, everyone. Just like Dex said, listen, we're not gonna hit you with a pipe just because you literally could not help. If you know what I'm saying, if your funds is low, we understand you have a life. We all have a life. We all gotta pay bills. You know what I'm saying? We know we gotta pay the man. We understand.
Nobody's gonna call you, bro.
Listen, no one's gonna throw. All right, we're not gonna throw a hammer. We're not gonna throw a hammer at you because you couldn't, give too much to fly. You know what I'm saying? We understand.
Money don't make you a man.
But for my peoples out there that you know what I'm saying, you have a little something, you do. Listen, change the narrative, because if Gucci and whatever brand that you like, Nike, said, hey man, we got some $400 new shoes about to pop up, you'd be right there in the first in line. So please change the narrative. Flight was one of the brothers support. So don't please change the narrative. Come on. Every time one of the brothers say, hey man, support and invest in what one of the brothers is doing, y'all act like y'all broke now. That's all we saying. Come on now. Change the narrative.
Diversify your bonds.
Yes, the third quarter. Yeah, the third quarter. I'm just gonna give a score update real quick. The third quarter is underway. Golden State 64-47. It looks like Golden State have stretched their lead out. We want to see what Jason Kidd and Luka Doncic, Baby Bird, Baby Magic, Baby everything, got in their tank to try to close the gap and make this a competitive game. Hopefully, pull it out in the end. 64-47, Golden State.
What's going on, Top?
Question to you, Dex. I read a report earlier. Is Nate McMillan considering coming to the Lakers?
I don't know, because listen, he's on board for the Atlanta Hawks. I mean, Lakers will probably have to buy him out or something, because as far as I know, Atlanta Hawks have his rights, and they gave him a vote of confidence that he's the continual coach on into the future. So that right there, I don't know. I just think the LA media is a powerful media. Next to New York, they just throw stuff out there. They hope it stick and hope it gains traction and gain legs, and maybe somebody can be convinced and start making moves. That I am not sure of.
They need to see.
Well, I'm reading the article right now, and it was on May 16th, 2022. Nate McMillan trade could save Lakers and Hawks.
What did it say? Trade?
They're gonna trade the coach.
See, okay, now you see what I'm saying. So it could be a possibility, but like I said, it has to be like a trade or something, because he just can't walk and try to, talk to the Lakers until they get permission.
It says Nate McMillan trade could save Lakers and Hawks. Now I'm not going to read the details just yet. I'm going to read them myself and see what they what is involved in this. But I just thought maybe you had heard some rumbles of that.
No, I haven't really heard anything. I mean, you know, the sport heads that I know that I talk to a lot, they haven't really mentioned no Nate McMillan because I don't even think Nate McMillan is the right coach for the Lakers anyway. So,
Dex, I disagree.
Wait a minute,
they need an experienced coach, Dex, and he's a good, experienced, solid coach who can handle everybody's personality from LeBron to the youngest kid.
Yeah.
That's LeBron needs. But I'm gonna tell you what LeBron needs. In order for you to get respect out of LeBron, you got to have a ring on. You got to have some jury. And Nate McMillan don't have any.
I think Nate got global respect around the NBA. I don't think that's an issue with Nate. Besides, did Frank Vogel have a ring?
Say that again.
Did Frank Vogel have a ring?
No, but that was from the. That wasn't LeBron pick. Remember, LeBron pick was either Jason Kidd or what's the other guy named Tyronn Lue.
Do we think that Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss are going to let LeBron pick the coach this time?
They should. To be honest with you, shit.
Nah.
I think they should.
The indications out of LA is that they're trying to marginalize LeBron. Shut up, we're gonna do what we want to do. That's what it seems to be coming out of the front office.
But you know, let me be honest with you now here. Okay, now we getting into a little NBA politics. Why would you marginalize somebody that's bringing you hundreds of millions of dollars?
Because you just
that doesn't make
30
sense to
games in a season. That's why. Fuck the money, he ain't winning.
Listen, the Lakers are winning.
How?
There's nobody's giving up on the Lakers because they 2 years removed from a championship. What do you mean how? There's nobody giving up on no Lakers because they didn't get a championship.
They got some new rock out there.
Listen, this is coming from somebody who's a Portland fan, somebody who has disdain for the Lakers.
Bro.
So you have to take Zen Masters
2 years
take with a grain of salt. 2 years removed from a championship? Are you kidding me?
They could be in contention within 2 years, yes. From a championship, I don't think LeBron's ever going to win another championship. Now, could he? Sure, he could once they flip.
From Michael Jordan is the GOAT guy.
If you flip AD and Westbrook for comparable assets monetarily, then yeah, he would probably have a full freaking team.
Listen, they're not marginalizing LeBron. I mean, that's just
constructed right now, per LeBron, they're top heavy. They got 3 Supermax contracts on the books, and it's stupid. And you're not gonna win with that. Period. So yeah, it's
remember this
to say if he gets a great team around him, he can win another championship. Of course he can.
Yeah, I don't think LeBron ain't win another one until he become at least the third best player on the team.
Right.
And right
he's
now
gonna be carried. Right.
But that could be the possibility.
Front office is trying to do.
But I want to go back to marginalizing LeBron. That is not going to happen.
That means turning the corner. That means turning the corner. That means LeBron, you don't have as much say so because your ass is going to be 38.
When the Bulls marginalized Michael Jordan, they never even sniffed a NBA Finals.
That's not an apt comparison. I don't believe. That's a horrible comparison.
It's not a horrible comparison because you know why?
Even half as much control as LeBron got.
But that's what I'm saying. You know why it's not a horrible comparison?
How?
It's because Michael Jordan was the money man, right?
Right.
Right now, LeBron is the money man. So when you start marginalizing the bag, then it's no telling when you ever get a bag again.
If he continues to lose, he will not be the money man. Period.
Oh, he's going to be making money, but he's going to bring money.
Is he just that spectacular? No, he's not. He's not that spectacular to watch.
But his name is everything goes in. You know,
that's what I'm trying to explain. It don't listen, Zen. Muhammad Ali, hold on one second. Listen. Zen, that you got to get away from the anti-Laker resentment. Okay.
I don't dislike the Lakers.
I
have problems with LeBron.
LeBron is a sell. I mean, he's just a sell.
I have a love-hate relationship with LeBron James. I do.
I don't know how many times I have to reiterate to a lot of you guys is that when LeBron came to the Lakers, everything shot up at least 40%.
Like what,
even a hamburger.
Oh well, the prices, yeah.
How can you marginalize somebody like that?
It doesn't last.
But I mean, let's
keep
it real.
Look at the record.
I mean, it's a business. They're
gonna stop showing up if they keep winning 30 games a year. They're gonna stop showing up.
When have they ever stopped showing up, Zen?
They stopped
No,
showing up
that's
them
like
years
the Cubs
after
got-
Kobe,
Hey, Zen.
but before
Zen,
No,
Lonzo
that's
Ball.
not true. That's not true. That's not
Prices
true.
go down.
No,
Wait a
listen.
minute,
They
Zen.
never
year-
stopped
that
showing
Prices go
up.
down.
No,
Ticket
listen.
prices
The
go
Zen.
down
year
in dead
after
years.
Kobe
That is
If
leaves,
not
that's the
true.
case, if they never
the
stop
year
showing up,
after
then what's
Kobe
the
leaves,
fear?
Now I'm gonna tell you
nobody's
this though.
coming until Lonzo
If
I'ma
they
Ball
tell
never
you
leaves.
stop
this, though.
showing up, what's the fear then? Let his
I'm
ass
gonna
go.
tell you this.
You
Zen.
want
I'm
to
gonna tell
keep
you
that
this, Zen.
commodity. You want to keep
Right.
that commodity.
Until it just burns out. You follow what I'm saying? It's got to be. He's rocket
It
fuel.
ain't that
He
long.
fuselage.
He's almost 38 years old, and it won't be that long.
But he
Dex,
still
so y'all as a
almost
fan
led the
base
league in
ain't married
scoring.
to LeBron. Like y'all adopted
Do we have to
LeBron.
go through it? Do we have to go through this again about LeBron leading the league in scoring, almost leading the league in scoring?
No.
Do we really
Look, hey,
need
look, look at the face on Zen. See
Do
what
we
I'm
really
saying?
need to go through this
Do you
again?
guys see this face? Where's AB
No,
the hero
Zen,
when I
We
need
really
him?
need to go
Zen,
through
Because I
this
need
again.
AB the
the wrong
hero to
way.
read your
It's
body
just the
language. I
marketing
really need him to
value.
read your body
I
language.
guarantee you, I watched more Lakers basketball this year than anybody else on this, maybe anybody else on this show, because I got blacked out from the Trailblazers all year. So I had nothing else to watch but the Lakers that in my time slot that I wanted to watch. So I
You could have
watched them all
watched
year
Golden
long.
State. You could have watched Golden State.
They were
You
beating
could have
up
watched
teams.
Sacramento. You
The
want to
Lakers-
see LeBron? Stop it.
The Lakers were interesting because it's Schadenfreude. I want to see
Zen,
him.
you need
I
to
want to
stop
see
it.
him. I want to see him crash and burn with Russell.
Tell the
That was
truth and
story.
shame the devil. You want to
It's
see
shot-
LeBron
it's
like everybody
Schadenfreude.
else.
No.
LeBron keeps people up to 1 o'clock in the morning watching basketball.
It's not LeBron. It was Russell Westbrook and all his fuck ups.
You didn't want to see no Russell Westbrook.
Yes, I did. I wanted to see him make them turnover reels.
Well,
with
wait a minute.
Skip
Hold
Bayless.
on, Dex. Hold on,
Them
Zen.
Skip
Let me
Bayless
ask Dex
turnover
something.
reels was precious.
Let me ask Dex
For
something.
4
Dex,
months.
before
We need
LeBron,
AB the
Dex,
hero here.
Dex, before
read
LeBron
Zen.
got to the
You
Lakers,
need to be read by
before
AB the
LeBron-
hero.
That shit
Dex,
was
before
funny.
LeBron got to the Lakers, were you a LeBron fan, Dex?
No.
Well, listen who talking. Now y'all hear this?
Right.
No. I wasn't no LeBron fan. I was a Kobe fan. And
Y'all
LeBron was
LeBron.
Kobe arch nemesis. That's how we felt.
Think about it. Most of y'all were mad when they traded away the youngsters.
Ballfax is active in that chat. I see you, Ballfax.
And a whole
keep up
lot of
that
y'all
good
didn't like. A whole
takes.
lot of LA didn't want LeBron. Like you said, there's still a lot of resentment at LeBron. A whole lot.
Well, Zen,
But what I'm trying to say is this right here.
Take,
though.
Yeah, to Dex take, I want to say this, and then you can go ahead, Dex. When the Bulls had Michael Jordan, it meant everything. Do you know the Bulls have not sold out a game since Jordan left, and that was due to Jordan's name. Now, I'm pretty sure that LeBron's going to do the same thing for the Lakers. But you saying, okay, so it should be okay to let him go? No, you go ahead and keep your commodity because he's still going to bring in extra.
No. To preface that, Marvin, Dex said they never stop coming no matter what. So what's the point of holding on too long or giving him too much power if the people are going to come anyway?
Because it's advertising.
I believe you're taking giving him too much power. I believe you're taking giving him too much power is legit. Because his power is what hurt this club this year.
Right.
So they should limit that.
Take away
They
some
should
of his
limit
power.
that.
Right.
Yeah, they should limit that.
LeBron is everything when it comes to advertising for the Lakers right now. You feel me?
But he's not a team. He's not a good GM because he damn sure
will
can put a
that
good team together.
They need to start.
Well, I can't say he's not a GM. I know every GM don't hit a home run every time. Hell, Nostradamus was wrong. What 60% was 65 or 68% of whatever he prophesied, and everybody considered him the best prophecy of all time.
Yeah,
and he's got he got a losing percentage on his prophecy.
Dex.
That's called a solid majority. The times they've been right been so big that it outweighs.
Dex went all the way to Nostradamus. He went way back.
I'm gonna let Panic.
That's like what
Look at Jessica. Jessica,
like
you need to
Mel
stop this
Kiper, like,
foolishness,
Mel Kiper
Jessica.
be wrong
No,
way
Dex,
more
you
than
need
he
to.
be right,
I'm
but
waiting
the
for
one
Panic
that he
finish.
right on is what you remember.
Hold up. Okay, hold up, ladies and gentlemen. I swear I thought we've been into this. Zen, I don't even know why you're even arguing back and forth with Dex. Dex, this is coming from the guy that Dex says that LeBron is the GOAT. Okay, this is coming
I
from
never said LeBron is a GOAT. That's a freaking outlandish lie.
I promise
Michael
you.
Jordan is my GOAT.
Unless you was joking, I heard you say.
No, he never said that. Now he
never said that. Never said
Unless
that.
you
I argued with
joking.
Dave James about that. What are you talking about?
Maybe you was joking. I've heard it before. Okay.
Wasn't no joking.
I've heard
I said LeBron is a hell of an off-court person. Michael Jordan is my GOAT.
Okay.
I ain't seen nobody do what Mike do.
Okay, Dex, I understand you want to defend LeBron. And Kobe once told us to relax. Let's see what LeBron does. Let's see how this all turns out. That's what Kobe told us when we did not accept this. I did not want LeBron on the Lakers. And why? Because I knew what was going to happen. What Zen was saying was exactly what was going on now. The losing is only going to hold up for so long. The man has only produced a championship that some might say is credible, some might say it is not credible. If we're keeping it 1,000, there is arguments right now to this day that does not count that bubble ring. Some count that as a full ring. So, it's whatever, 50-50. The man has continuously, with the Lakers, during a full season, a first-round exit, he didn't even make it, and this year is even worse. He didn't even at least make the damn play-in. If he continues this shit, and he wants to have his own little rosters more and more, he wants this, he wants that, he wants this, and it doesn't work. For crying out loud, he assembled the oldest team at one point. They was called the Retirement Home Lakers, and these are my boys that he is tarnished. LeBron James right now can walk out that damn door and leave us with nothing. We have no picks, no future, no core. If LeBron can leave us now, stop defending that guy who has tarnished the Lakers for years. I don't know why y'all put up with this bullshit. That's why I don't pay attention to the Lakers, because he has destroyed our future. He has destroyed what we have going on. The man will produce something, or I'm going to go to his house myself.
And spray paint the N-word on the gate.
Well, listen, I disagree. I don't care how passionate you is. I know LeBron traded. He was instrumental in trading Lonzo. I understand all that. Okay, it probably was better for Lonzo. It might not have been better for the business, but it probably was better for Lonzo growth and development that he got the hell up out of there. You follow what I'm saying? He turned over a new leaf, and look at him now. You follow what I'm saying? He can't be stopped except by injury. But listen, only thing I can say this right here: LeBron James broke the cycle of losing Lakers in a 6-year span, and it only took him 2 years to do it. He got hurt the first year where they was all the way at the number 4 seed. Okay, then the next year they win a championship, albeit or nevertheless.
Okay, let me finish. One question for you, Dex.
Wow, see, they hate for me. Listen, they sure hate for me to finish. So go ahead.
Dex, I just have one question for you. What would have happened to Anthony Davis if he played a full season?
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what happened with Anthony Davis.
You do, Dex.
You can procrastinate. I mean, excuse me. You can prognosticate all you want, but you don't know. Nobody knows what would have happened if he played the whole season. You can assume.
Bro. Okay, I don't say great things about LeBron much, and people say I'm one of the LeBron haters. But at that time, to give him his credit, LeBron and Anthony Davis was the top 5 players in the NBA. No question about it. They was automatically top 5 in anyone's list. You gave them 8 months to recover, 8 months to get healthy. Do you know how dangerous that is? Duh, they won. But can they do it at the next season? No, because it was the whole season.
When LeBron in the penthouse, when LeBron living in the palace at Disney World, and everybody else in the damn Motel 6 like
man was in the
I can tell you this. I can tell you this, right? Listen here now. See, because now you're proving my point.
AAU style open court championship.
Okay, we can criticize Disney World. Okay,
no
criticize Disney World. But let me say this though. Let me give you some common sense now. Okay, since we get out of our emotions and we release our fuselage. Okay, let me give you some common sense. If LeBron and AD was top 5 players, right? So that means there was 3 more top players in that circle of top 5 that had that same 8 months rest.
Yeah, but sat in boxes.
But see, there we go.
Again,
I mean, where's the parallel at?
Age is a factor, and fragility is a factor. And your old man got 4 months off before 1 month tournament.
I think you guys do unfairly judge the Lakers on that championship. Everybody had the same time off. Everybody had the same time off. I mean, it did, Ray. It did, Ray. No. Listen, if the Bulls would have won that championship, I wouldn't have given it back. I'm gonna keep my fucking championship. It's just what it is.
You're gonna keep it, but you ain't gonna look at it like one of
The
Jay's or nothing.
the anti-bubble talk is filled with hidden agendas, and some of the hidden agendas is because LaVar said the Lakers would never win a championship by trading my son. That was incorrect. That was a prophecy that didn't come true. They won a championship. Now people want to down that championship when everybody that was qualified, everybody that was invited to that bubble had the same action and access to win that championship. I don't care if LeBron was laying in the presidential suite.
Oh, okay.
And then
because other players had money too.
All right.
No, other players had money too.
Come on, cut it out, man.
That's how they separate the top seeds from the bottom seeds, as they give the top seeds the better rooms.
That's what I'm saying. Now the niggas slandering BBB.
At the end of the day, it's basketball. All them grown men on that, all them grown men in that bubble. If you ain't come to do your job, that's on you. That's the championship stay.
That's what I'm trying to tell them. I don't understand why they don't understand that.
They should have just called it the LeBron James
Okay, let's put it this way then. Let me see how really smart y'all guys are. Let me check y'all critical thinking. You got a job, right? You go to work. All of a sudden it's a strike. The union goes on strike, right? Then the union say, okay, everybody can go back to work. Do you still want your paycheck?
Do I get better as my job as I get older or worse?
I don't know what type of job. We're not going through that. We just saying it's a job.
His type of job, you get worse as you get older. My type of job, I get better as I get older.
Do you want your paycheck? From that day work, do you want your paycheck at the end of the week?
Aside. You want to make the job analogy. His job, he gets worse as he get older. My job, I get better as I get older. So that's the difference to me.
We've never seen LeBron slow down physically in the playoffs. So we can't sit here and Wayne.
LeBron gasses out in the fourth quarter of every tough game. You ain't watching close enough.
In the playoffs.
Do you want? Why nobody answering that right there? Do you want your paycheck? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's a simple yes.
That's a silly question.
Okay, yes.
Of course, okay then. So they want their championship.
Okay, Dex, I'm gonna ask you a question.
The only time you see LeBron anything in the playoffs.
You see that? You see that, Marvin? You see what I'm saying now?
Dex, you're funny.
These guys are way out, man.
They got an October championship.
Dex, I want to test you.
He said it don't count.
Oh, hold up, Dex. I want to test you then. At your job, if you're known for doing something, you have a narrative around you. Something happens good for you for one time where that narrative it didn't come true, but the very next year you go back to the same old narrative. Don't they expect that same narrative to be about you and it wasn't even your fault?
It's not the rule, it's the exception in this case, Dex. That he's healthy is the exception.
Here you go, niggas in. I really didn't understand what you was. Say that again.
The exception to the rule is when he's actually healthy. The rule is not he's healthy and available. The exception is he's healthy and available.
And you're referring to who now, Zen?
Anthony Davis broken ass.
And LeBron.
But more like Anthony Davis.
I really can't believe what I'm hearing, man. I really don't.
Bro, okay,
I just know it's anti-Laker talk. That's all I know.
Okay, Dex.
I love the Lakers, man. But these some
you don't love the Lakers. You can't love the Lakers.
Yes, I do.
I challenge that.
Lakers fans don't even like these dudes.
Zen, hold up, Zen. How many years?
I challenge them too.
Zen, how many years has LeBron been on the Lakers?
4.
3, 4?
4, right? Okay, yeah. How many years has he been hurt and kept him from going to the playoffs or deep in the playoffs? How many years of it?
3.
3. And the only exceptional year was when it wasn't even a full season.
And?
Come on. You have to be honest with yourself.
He wasn't the only one that was hurt. Dame Lillard was hurt. There's a whole lot of people that was hurt. Steph Curry.
We wasn't even, they created the play-in for us, dog.
There was a lot of people hurt that season. He wasn't the only one.
Usually they create the play-in for who?
For Portland. Because Dame said he wasn't going to go if he didn't have a chance to win a championship.
They create the play-in for the Pelicans.
Yeah, basically for Zion.
It was because Dame.
Dame had a little something to do with it, but it was really for Zion, to be honest. It was everything was wrapped around freaking Zion.
Remember now, the Pelicans had the easiest remaining schedule that year, and in their mind, they were like, if they stop right now, the Pelicans would be out. But if they never had to stop, the Pelicans probably would have had a better record going down the stretch.
That's 100%
like,
fact.
We're gonna have them in the playoffs. How do we do that? We make a
invited them. Yeah.
Okay, so was that more on the Blazers who made the playoffs for the last 9 years straight, or the Pelicans who made it one every 3 or 4?
No, you gotta understand with the NBA, like they want I ain't saying they trying to push LeBron out and down, but they already looking at it like, how do we keep TV ratings up and get the best of our viewers want to watch these games. LeBron getting to a certain point where he's not a big draw to that point. So what they want to do is they want to bring in new stars. Yeah, Damian Lillard probably a figure into the into that, but at the end they like Lonzo Ball, Zion Williams, and Pelicans on the upcome. Like, you want to see that in the playoffs.
Bro,
yeah, that's true. Dame was at his
that.
height at that
bro,
point.
LaMelo, did you see? Hold up, did y'all see the ratings when LaMelo just give just a little bit of time on that media? It was flying over the roof, man. These old guys, like I already told y'all, man. This hate towards some of these dudes. I'm trying to tell y'all, it's gonna be done. These old dudes are gonna be pushed out. They're gonna be coming in with the young, bro. It's time to, and that's the only reason LeBron is even big as he is in the media is because he's still pushed. But as soon as LeBron start being right in the dark sky, and we're gonna add in these guys bringing in the light, man, dude. I'm telling you.
But that's common sense, though, Ray. They do that to everybody. They did it to Magic. They did it to Kareem. They did it to Elgin Baylor. They did it to everybody.
For Carmelo to get back in the league.
Look at that beautiful.
Even with Michael Jordan,
look at that beautiful San Francisco.
Even with Mike, remember when Mike was with the Wizards, they was kind of slandering Mike a little bit. Oh, he might have played a little too long. It's sad to see Mike go out like this. This is not comfortable to the eyes. They was having all kind of stuff to talk about Mike when he was with the Wizards. But I enjoyed it because Mike still hit a 50 ball at what, 50? Shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I said Kobe went out amazing.
Same with Kobe. But Kobe had a lot of slander too. They were saying that he's holding up the Lakers. Nobody didn't want to play with him. He need to go. Kobe's only playing for the money. He's getting $35 million a year, something like that. He need to help the Lakers to move up off that contract and blah blah blah. They do it to everybody. So I'm old enough to know and to witness all the stuff that the media do. They up you and then they down you. Okay, so that's why I ain't going for it, and I ain't letting them down my Lakers because they won a championship in the bubble. Whoever won that championship in the bubble would have been the 2020 NBA champions.
Dex, I got a question.
Yes, sir. Ted.
What's good, man? Salute to the panel. Salute to Flight.
What's happening,
Ted? Salute to everybody.
Yeah, shout out Town TV.
Definitely. Yeah, I got a question for you though. You're a gambling man, right? I know you're a gambling man, right?
Oh yes, I do my share.
Okay, cool. So I want to ask you this question: LeBron is signed for 4 years, correct?
2 more.
Say that again, brother.
I said LeBron is signed for 4 years, right?
Yes.
All right, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he's going into his 4th year this year.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So wouldn't it be? I mean, just based on gambling, you won 1 chip, wouldn't you? Because I mean, and before I even say this, let me ask this question: after his 4th year, do you think that they're going to re-sign him?
Of course he is. If he's willing to resign, he has to be willing to resign. The Lakers is not going to turn LeBron James down. He still is the hottest commodity. Okay, they're not going to turn him down. What's going to happen is he's probably going to try to broker something to try to get his son somewhere close to him. And if he can't broker that the right way, then of course they're going to, mutually part ways. And nobody would be mad at it, right?
Okay. Now listen to what
LeBron
you just said.
Go ahead.
Listen to what you just said. He's going to broker something for his kid who's not even in the NBA yet. So you see, this is what throws me off a little bit because you mix the business and you mix it with the gameplay and you try to make it make a lot of sense, which you do a good job at it. You really do. But what I'm saying is...
He's smart.
No, what I'm saying is... I get it. But what I'm saying is this. Jeannie Buss has a franchise to run regardless whether he's there or not. So what I'm saying is she supposed to let him stick around, let the franchise drop down to the ground? You understand? Because what I'm saying is, if you're gambling and you basically got 1 chip out of 4 years and you're going into your 4th year, wouldn't it be the smartest thing to get rid of the guy now? Because at the end of the
chip is not even a qualified.
Listen, the Lakers' history is Lakers don't rebuild.
I'm sorry, Tyler. There's a lot of Dexters on the page.
No, you're good.
They're not going to rebuild. So that's out the window. They're going
to rebuild.
They got a chance of winning.
They're not going to rebuild, but
why not have a pig?
But it's time.
But even what you're saying, they're not going to rebuild. You're making my point. What I'm trying to say is, right now, LeBron is a hot commodity. So right now, he has value. By the end of next year, he might not have that same value. So shouldn't you get what you're supposed to get for him now?
Okay. Now you
because
ready for the answer?
Because you're thinking about your franchise. You're not thinking, because for some reason you keep making it look like Jeannie Buss is supposed to keep thinking about LeBron. She's supposed to be thinking about what she's running, which is a franchise.
It's a bad look.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Please do not convolute talent right now. Please do not convolute talent right now. Because he said something that was very, very important to the Lakers. But what talent is missing is that LeBron is connected with who?
Clutch.
He's not connected.
Clutch. There you go.
Clutch, yeah.
Well, he's we're gonna say he's connected because that's a conflict of interest, right? That's a conflict of interest. Okay, so LeBron is connected to Clutch. Clutch has a lot of talent and a lot of good talent on their roster. So you don't think these type of deals are being brokered and being negotiated for this and for that? We'll move people here, we'll move people there. We'll slide off something on the contracts and the things of that nature.
So what you're trying to tell me is that the NBA is rigged?
And what I'm
That's
trying
not
to
being
say,
rigged.
Dex,
No, that's not rigged.
That's not rigged.
Jeannie and Rob,
They've been doing that.
Stop to that shit.
No, hold on. They've been doing that. Do you guys remember Michael Jordan's agent?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah,
David Falk. Yeah, I'm gonna help you out. David Falk. Did you know what he was trying to do with Chicago with Scottie Pippen and Tracy McGrady?
Nah, educate me.
And Michael Jordan vetoed it.
Educate me. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Basically, he was trying to when Scottie, because Scottie, that's not Scottie Pippen agent. When Scottie Pippen was trying to not extort, I won't say extort the Bulls, but tie the Bulls up because he wanted his money and things of that nature. And the Bulls was kind of wrangling with Scottie. David Falk was trying to do something surreptitious to get Scottie up out of there and bring in a new, young, fresh talent where the Bulls didn't have to pay for 3 years. And Michael Jordan said, hell fucking no. Kidding me?
All right.
So these things happen.
I got you.
So these things happen all the time where they do, uncanny things behind closed doors that screws over players. So now that LeBron in the social media era is more hyper and is more visual, that everything that he do is going to be microscope. You feel me? But these things always been happening. CAA, for instance, same. They have a similar situation where Rich Paul had Norleans Noel, right?
Yeah,
do you guys kind of know a little bit about that? What was behind the closed door between the Dallas Mavericks and the New York Knicks?
Basically, they tell him not to accept a certain contract.
Because he was going to use Norleans Noel as a stick in the mud, right? A stick in the mud, so he can have territory in New York. So they did it.
Now, I'll be honest with you. Based on how you're breaking it down, I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh man, you're good, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're freaking good, man. Because you do. Go ahead, sir.
I want to say this. I think what talent and talent said was I said, and I think people who's really paying attention to this, we never really accepted LeBron. LeBron. Only reason we accepted LeBron is because we was losing. And we needed something. We was looking for the next star. And Kobe had to calm us down. We knew what LeBron was going to do to us.
Facts.
All I'm saying is, and what Talent's trying to say to you guys is, we can only give this guy so much time and so much energy for so long because, like we said, he's only gave us a championship that...
Only...
Come on,
Only.
See, when y'all, that's when y'all missing the whole thing.
Only. Are you really serious? Only.
Dex. Okay. If you
teams will love this problem.
The Mavericks only have 69
Here's
points.
what I'm saying. Okay, Dex. This is literally coming from. You can look up any page you want. You can look it up. There's people still arguing to this day whether the championship was fully credible or not. So,
but that's everybody outside of LA.
All I'm saying
are you freaking kidding me, man?
Okay.
They wanted to have a parade, but it was COVID, and they still try to have a parade. Man, and they told them they go out there, they're gonna get arrested.
Okay.
Listen, Red, what you missing when it comes to getting rid of a player?
Okay, Panic.
They look at what Kobe, right? Once they get rid of Kobe.
Shout out to Unstoppable.
Once they get rid of Kobe, they get when Kobe got past the point where he can do anything for the team, they still paid him because they still know we're gonna be sorry for the next couple of years, but until we get back out to that point,
you have to understand. No, I got to stop you on that one. What you're doing right there, because you got to understand, Kobe is a franchise player for that team. He started with that team.
I get that.
LeBron played for how many teams before he showed up?
No, I get
Kobe
that.
Kobe earned.
That was a loyalty contract. Yeah, that was a loyalty.
No, listen.
LeBron did not earn anything that he's getting, bro.
The way that Jeannie Buss handles LeBron James will be noticed by all.
The point I try to make is after Kobe leave, after your big draw leaves, now you got number 2 pick, number 2 pick, number 7 pick, number 2 pick. Those days, the like I said, Lakers ain't in their mind. We collecting something, and at some point we gonna get a big fish. You think LeBron going to LA been thought about just that summer? You don't think that been a 2 years ago conversation? You don't think LeBron been looking at them like, well, I mean, you gotta get a team around me first before I get over there, and they've been collecting what they can collect. That's all that button. So when y'all talk about LeBron coming over there and Kobe had to calm y'all down, I love Kobe. Like that's my favorite player. But at the end of the day, Kobe can't just say something to calm the entire world down.
Yes, he
y'all
did.
Listen,
yes, he did.
Maybe you and a few other people.
No,
Lakers fans accepted LeBron because of Kobe. Kobe is the one who anointed him.
If LeBron
not all Laker fans. That's what No Panic is saying. Not all Laker fans, because you had some Laker fans that was heated.
Most Laker fans, sir.
Can I give you? Listen, can I give you the beat on that? Since I have my ears to the street
all year.
I have boots on the ground then, okay?
Okay.
They had a fraction of Laker fans that appreciated LeBron coming because it was a breath of fresh air, and then had another fraction of Laker fans that thought that LeBron was coming to usurp Kobe's legacy.
You're wrong, Dex, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Thank you.
It divided into 2 camps. It divided into LeBron fans and Laker fans. Those are the 2 camps.
No.
Listen, and y'all got to stop thinking about one place.
It was a fraction.
I don't live in LA. I know a bunch of LA fans that when LeBron be coming there, they've been talking about championships. Oh, we're going to be in the championship this season.
You had to hit the barbershop.
And when they won the championship, they've been proud of the team. There's only certain Kobe fans, because they've really been Kobe fans who in that want LeBron there, because you know why?
Right, they might not have been Laker fans.
Every time they do the ranking against Jordan, they skip past Kobe and go straight to LeBron, and Kobe fans hate that. I am Kobe fan.
Okay, hold on.
I hate LeBron.
I think everybody have a little truth here. Everybody have a little truth here.
Okay, hold on.
Everybody have a little truth here. Nobody's 100% right, but I'm just telling you what I used to hear in barbershop. Listen, please do not try to overtalk me when it comes to this. Please. I'm trying to tell you guys that I was on the street. I was a part of the frenzy. I was hearing stuff in the barbershop, pro LeBron, anti LeBron. I was hearing all of that. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that there was a fraction of Laker fans. I'm not even talking about LeBron fans. I'm not talking about LeBron fans. I'm specifically talking about Laker fans. There was a fraction of the Laker fans that did not welcome LeBron. They faced his mural and everything. But there's a fraction of Laker fans that put the mural up there.
Yeah, but listen, man. Those same fans that you're speaking of right there, when Kobe anointed LeBron and they said, "All right, we'll rock him."
But that's what I'm saying. That's what No Panic is saying. There's a fraction, right? It's not everybody.
That was everybody. That's not everybody.
And I agree with No Panic on that.
Like I keep telling, I just say this now. I a Kobe fan, so when I think of LeBron, I get mad because they skip Kobe. So if I've been a Lakers fan and LeBron be coming, I'd be like, man, I ain't want him here, man. I don't want this man here.
That don't make no sense.
Y'all can't say everything.
But they felt that though, Zen. They felt
How
that.
could you be a Kobe fan without being a Lakers fan? He only played for one damn team.
But because I don't follow a player to a team.
Okay, okay. Let us please hear us from Lakers fans as well. Yes,
Kobe wasn't even coming to the games when he left.
Okay.
Let Rafe cook, man. Y'all be drowning out Rafe, man. Let Rafe cook, man.
Okay. What Panic said about us having favoritism towards Kobe? Yeah, he bled purple and gold. That's fine. That's true. But we still protected LA. There's one thing I can say about LA fans about the Lakers. We expect you to come out there and produce and do what you got to do.
What you did.
You gave him a championship.
What you did.
Hold on. You don't even got to be the top guy. You better come here correct. That's all we're saying.
But he did that.
The man has done, bro. Come on.
In 2 years, he did it in 2 years. In 2 years.
I'm telling you what I saw this year.
Once again.
I'm not. Listen, I didn't like when Lonzo got traded either. Now.
Bro, stop it.
Because when I used to pay my money to go to the Laker game before LeBron even got there, I was paying to go see Lonzo. I wasn't going to see Brandon Ingram. I wasn't going to see Julius Randle. I wasn't going to see Brook Lopez or none of them guys. I went to go see Lonzo Ball, the LA area sensation.
Oh my God, Dex.
And that's important with Dick saying because you got different factions of fans. You had Lonzo fans who were mad that he get traded. You had Kobe fans who were mad that LeBron come in. You got LeBron fans. You got Lakers fans.
I argue that point. Kobe fans or Lakers fans. He played there for 20 years.
Lonzo, you're trying to bring up Kobe.
But not all though. I've been a Kobe fan, but I don't like the Lakers.
We're not talking about Kobe. We're talking about our organization as itself, a franchise.
Exactly.
You're talking about it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and what I'm trying to break down to you, the same thing you bring up earlier about Steph and Curry.
Using Kobe fans.
LeBron and not getting rid of LeBron just for the rebuild.
See, the only reason why I talk with authority on this because I brought this up to the big baller about Lonzo's situation with the Lakers, and he basically said that's water under the bridge. They doing their thing, and his son is doing it.
We're not talking about the players.
He never said that championship was bogus.
Stop doing that. We're not talking about the players. Me and talent is not coming from a player standpoint. Stop bringing up Kobe. Stop bringing up whoever.
But Reed, even if you coming from a team standpoint, y'all best chance is still LeBron instead of being shitty for 2 years, or 3 years, or 4 years, or 6 years like y'all been.
Let him break it, man.
Listen to me. When we got LeBron James, yes, that was a star. We was craving a star, like
a mega star.
Like Dex said.
Put emphasis on that star, mega star.
Okay, mega star. Calm down. Okay, you don't need all that. Listen,
that's what he is, a mega star.
Okay. We was talking to Kawhi Leonard. Okay, we was trying to bring the next star in. Okay, we was all looking for a star, whether it was going to be LeBron, whether it was going to be Kawhi Leonard, or it was going to be somebody. We was trying to look for the next star. I got that. It was also a part of Jenny Bus to continue on continue on the franchise of winning and creating a successful seasons for us. We got that part and the pressure. We're not talking about player standpoints right now. We said when we heard the LeBron news, we was like, okay, that is a star. We can be a little happy about that. But we also
star.
But we also look at the downfalls. We knew the downfalls of him as well, though. We knew he was a guy that would trade motherfuckers and have his own way of doing things. Okay? And Kobe himself, when we was pissed off, we said, okay, we're going to calm down and allow LeBron to do him. The man came in here and literally did not make the playoffs his first appearance. Yes, it was because of injury. Cool. Second season. Whether y'all guys want to put 100% or 50%, there's still arguments to this day about that whether that championship was credible or not. But he won a ring.
It's like, why you keep trying to down the championship? He did it.
But hold
on. Matter what you call it. The team call it a championship.
I'm asking you a question.
That's water under the bridge.
I'm Panic Index. I'm asking you a question. Can you go to a different channel? And I bet you that different channel, some of them.
Ray, see the difference between me and you is when I give an opinion or a take, I care about my opinion and take. I don't care if somebody agree with me or not. I don't have to ask 30 people to agree with me. So I'm not going to no other channel to ask them a question that I already know that championship stands.
Update on the score. Golden State Warriors 100, Mavericks 76. Fourth
that
quarter.
game been over,
4
man.
minutes
That
left.
shit been over since halftime.
It's just like last
But
night.
Rave,
down
but the
25
point
right now.
Rave is trying to. The way you guys act, you guys act like LeBron owns that team, and that's what kills me, man. Like you guys act like the team is supposed to cater to LeBron. Nah, the team is supposed to cater to the team. Right? He got us a chip. Well, not us, but he got this is how Ginny Bush should be thinking. He got us a chip. He's in his final year. Are we gonna give him an extension? Probably not, because you know who LeBron is right now. Excuse my background. You know who LeBron is? He's literally Kobe after the Achilles. That's who he is right now.
No.
Don't do that.
The future
He
would
led the
tell.
league in fast break points. And he was the number 3 scorer in the league.
LeBron will win a championship no more. He's hurt every season.
Even before Kobe,
He's hurt every season.
He already been kind of on a downturn.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. He's on the other side of the hill. Okay, so before you lose all your money, why don't you just cash in?
They're not gonna lose no money. What are you talking about?
There's
Why you keep saying that?
Think about it. They got you.
I'm talking about. I'm not. You see, I said money, so he's thinking about it in a literal sense. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you could trade LeBron and get certain aspects. Exactly, because you gave up a bunch of. You gave up a bunch of assets in order to get him. So why don't you just try to get those back? It's a proper flip. I mean, if you're a hustler, you know what I'm talking about, man.
Now listen, Ted.
But ain't nobody going against that. Nobody's saying that you wrong when you saying they should flip for assets. What we're trying to tell you is, if you flip LeBron for some assets and your assets ain't equal to or even at that same level as LeBron, y'all gonna be in the gutter for years.
Right. No. Let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question. One question.
You're not about to get no players that half of LeBron.
One question. Do you want what's more important, right? What's more important? Revenue? No. Let me just ask this one question and I'm gonna shut up. What's more important?
No, you ain't gotta shut up, brother. You ain't gotta shut up. You good.
No, what's more important to you guys? Revenue or championships?
Championships bring revenue.
Championships.
That's my point. So is LeBron going to win you another championship? Do you think so?
No.
But
so
in the next 2 to 6 years, who is Lakers going to bring in to win a championship? If they trade
what
LeBron
I'm trying to say is start building your team now. Be ahead of the game.
Okay, so as you doing that, you just bring up revenue. The revenue is not going to come in because Lakers fans ain't going to just come there every single night to see a trash show. And you get more revenue for being in the playoffs. If you in the playoffs, you got more money.
Hold on. He said a key point, and he don't even know he just messed up.
Yes, thank you, Rave.
You just said it. For years, the Lakers will be messed up. Why is that?
Mind you, now Lakers ain't got some of their future picks.
Answer the question. If now we're going to be messed up for years, why is that?
You're going to be messed up because A, you won't have a star player to bring fans to the B, I answered the Rave.
You don't want to
say. Let me answer the question.
Nah, you deflecting before you answer the question, bro. Just answer the question. You're deflecting, bro.
I'm giving you the answer because you asked me the question. They're going to be fucked up without LeBron because LeBron put fans in stands. That's A. And B, you're not going to have a winning team. If they keep LeBron, at least you got fans coming to the stands and you got hope to make it to the playoffs.
Team, sir. Why do we have not winning team in the future? Why are we don't?
Thank you, Joey.
If you don't got LeBron, there's a 0% chance you're in the playoffs. If you got LeBron,
you're going to be in a position when you don't have him anyway. You're going to be in a position whereas you don't have him anyway.
Now your attendance going down. Tickets got to go down. Everything going down.
Prices going
down. They got. Let me tell you. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me say something real quick. No, Pat. Let me say something real quick. See, you guys keep in mind that. You guys really think the Lakers don't have a contingency plan? I mean, do you really believe that with LeBron and the talent that he has aggregated with Clutch Sports?
Bro, the way Genie Bus is acting, I don't know, bro.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me tell you this.
I don't know.
Right. Let me tell you this now, talent, because I know you're concerned, and I can hear the concern in your voice, and there's nothing wrong with being concerned about the team that you grew up to cheer for. Genie Bus.
Stop it.
I thought you said you like the Lakers.
He probably does.
You say you a Knicks fan?
I love basketball. I like the.
No, wait a minute.
No, I'm not
I'm hearing more passion But talent, I'm hearing more passion every time we talk about the Lakers than we do when we talk about the Knicks. Because you don't show up when we talk about the Knicks.
Ain't doing nothing, bro. Don't get. You should.
The Lakers ain't doing that neither, right?
Look, if the Knicks had LeBron,
nice
try. Finish. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
And to go back to that point about Kobe having to calm everybody down, if you watch and know basketball, Kobe shouldn't even have to say that for y'all to calm down for LeBron. That's why he's saying everybody want to be a fan of something, but don't take the time to learn about it. Just knowing basketball, you know.
Because Kobe knew what we knew. I mean, Kobe knew
exactly. Kobe knew exactly what the plan was. Basketball.
Exactly. There you go. No panic. Kobe already knew what the plan was.
Yeah,
he
but
knew it.
the thing is about
because Rob Pelinka, they all knew what the plan was once LeBron signed. He knew that he was going to bring over AD.
Everywhere he go.
You're not getting the. Y'all not.
Y'all not getting the point, man.
We do get the point. Okay. Let me put it like this. Hold on one second. Let me put it like this, Talent. Hold on one second, because you're a Knicks fan. I thought you had some love for the Lakers. I didn't know that you was a total Knicks fan. So that changed the narrative now. Now I understand where a lot of this fervor coming from.
That's crazy.
I see where the fervor's coming from, but it's okay.
Dex,
it's
you're
all good.
man. Dex, you are so good. But continue, my brother.
Okay,
go ahead, man.
Okay, but I'm not a swindler though. Now I'm not a swindler. I'm not a con man. So if I'm good, I'm just good at being good.
I would never say that. You're just exactly.
I'm good at being good. Okay, now listen.
Go ahead.
Genie Bus. First of all, we got to go back to where Jim Bus screwed up a lot, right? Genie Bus comes in. There was a war. It was a war within. There was a civil war amongst the Bus. Jeannie Buss comes in. She inherited a mess. She bring in Magic. She bring in Rob. Try to to be her backbone and things of that nature. The Rambises and all that. But I think Kurt Rambis was coaching somewhere else in Minnesota. I think when all this was going on too. Nevertheless, panel, the Jeannie Buss was running the Lakers to the point where people was getting disgusted with her as well. Don't forget that. But guess who came to save the day, right? Magic with his beautiful smile saying, I got something going. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Give me 3 years and you guys going to be very impressed. And you're going to be happy Laker fans again. And what we see, LeBron comes over. He don't meet with nobody but Magic. He didn't talk to the Busses. He didn't talk to the owner. He talked to Magic. So Magic was an influential part to bringing LeBron over, right? So I'm quite sure when they sat down at 12:01 a.m. the morning of the free agency signing, they talked about the plan. And they knew that they're going to have to flip some youngsters. Magic, I'm quite sure, as Magic have said before, he tried his best just to hold on to Lonzo, but they was relentless.
Never traded Lonzo, bro. And that's right. What he would have never traded Lonzo. And based on what you just said, that's all good. But just remember, Magic is not there anymore.
Right. But Magic left prior to the trade. Don't forget that now. Magic left when the season was still ongoing because one of the reasons why is because he knew that the kid that he drafted at number 2 and put all that stock into was going to leave the Lakers. And he seen that LeBron James was breaking ranks about the agreement that they have made. This is why when he left, he didn't even say nothing to LeBron. He didn't say nothing to Jeannie. He got the hell up out of there because now y'all going against what we have planned, and now you making me look foolish. Exactly. Now the thing that LaVar said was, I don't know what's up with Magic. He seemed like a figurehead to me. He ain't got no power. And it came to fruition, and it showed. Because remember, people was trying to dog LaVar for saying that. If you don't remember that, what do he know? He don't know. Rah, 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 rah. He just talking. He need to keep his mouth shut and stuff like that. And he was 100% right. Magic was just an ambassador with no power. You follow what I'm saying? It was basically being a club with no. Yes, he couldn't make the moves. He wanted to fire Luke. He couldn't fire Luke.
No, yeah.
He wanted to hire Tyronn Lue. He couldn't hire Tyronn Lue.
Yeah, he couldn't fire Luke.
You feel me? It was some other things that LaVar said that Magic promised him, but he didn't tell me what that Magic promised him, and he never came through. Yeah. And next thing you know, the line of communication was cut, and they ain't talked since.
Yeah, Jello thing, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So Magic basically was a figurehead. Why do you think Magic is on the media circuit parading the talents of who? It's only one person out here parading. Who's he parading for the last 2 years?
Lonzo?
Lonzo, exactly.
Yeah.
See, talent, you know so much about these Lakers, it's unreal. You sure you're a Knicks fan?
No, I'm a basketball fan, bro. We can pull up any team. I'm gonna give you some information on them. I'm a ball fan. I follow ball. So what I'm trying to go ahead, Ray, because they don't let you talk. Go ahead, man.
Hey.
What? We don't let Rave talk? Are you kidding me?
Listen, I go cap.
Y'all drown them because everybody else got, no disrespect to Ray, but everybody got a heavier voice in them, so y'all drown him out. I like to hear what he got to say.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
man.
You don't know Ray.
Tyler, listen, they be the first one talking about they're angels, and I'm the only one that does it. But okay. Anyway,
no, Rave is a despot. Everybody knows that.
No, Rave. Not only do you cut people off, you also make background noises too.
All right. I'm dead.
Damn.
All right. Okay.
No, but okay. No. Oh, let's get back serious. No, this not bash rave night. This not bash rave night. But hold on, let me finish this. Let me go get to my rendezvous point. So listen. So with all that saying, panel and specifically talent is that redemption tour that Magic is basically going through in the media, speaking up on behalf of Lonzo Ball, is basically to help salvage his rep as a talent evaluator. Because he's telling you, look, I know I said what I said, and I meant what I said. Look at him now with the Pelicans. Look what he's doing. Look what Gentry's doing for him. Then he's go, now look what he's doing now with the Pelicans in the second year. Look what Fred Vincent has done for him, and what what's his name, Stan Van Gundy, putting him as a 3-and-D role is going to do nothing but enhance Lonzo. I'm telling you, Lonzo going to be a missile out here in these NBA streets. Now, okay, listen what happened to the Knicks. You know why the Knicks didn't do that? Because you talked them out of getting Lonzo. He snitched on Stephen A. Smith. You talked about getting Lonzo. Now your Knicks is in basically basketball purgatory. Look at Lonzo on the Bulls. He's one of the best defensive guards in the league right now. Look at Lonzo. Look at Lonzo. Do you guys see what's going on before your eyes? Who out here doing that for anybody else? Ain't nobody doing it for Jason Tatum. Ain't nobody doing this for De'Aaron Fox. Ain't nobody doing this for Donovan Mitchell. Ain't nobody doing this for none of them young players. Little bit Ja. But outside of Ja, ain't even nobody doing it for Melo. Well, you really don't have to, but I'm just saying. But ain't nobody even doing it for Melo.
Excuse me, Dave.
Because Magic want everybody to know he didn't make no mistake. What happened was they don't see the talent that Lonzo have. You feel me? And they're trying to make him other than something else, like we talked about last night. Everybody want to reinvent Lonzo so they can say, you know what? I did that. I helped the young man do this. I helped the young man do that. You follow what I'm saying? They want to attach to him. But with LaMelo Ball, of course, he didn't allow that to happen. Now I'm good. I'm good with everything I got right now. Yeah, I approve on the offseason. Yeah, I got my own trainers. I got my own people. I'm good. Don't touch me.
What I think you're not looking at is the struggle that LaVar went through. You got to understand, when LaVar first came in, LaVar was on a high level. He was talking about, I could beat Michael Jordan, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. So you got to understand, that was a high horse that he had to come down off of. But the reason why LaVar was doing all of that was because he was trying to promote Lonzo. So that way Lonzo could get into the league. You understand? If not, Lonzo would have been going through the same thing that LaMelo went through. He would have been...
Whoa, not in the league. Whoa, no.
Yeah, not into the league.
I'm talking about prior, while Lonzo was in college.
No, Zoe was already.
Zoe had his accolades already.
Yeah, exactly. Zoe was
California basketball. Basketball.
Yeah,
he was the basketball. Zoe was a basketball player of all of America in high school.
No, the point I'm trying to make is this. But would he have gotten drafted number? Would he have gotten drafted number 2? If
most likely coming out of UCLA.
Bro, hold on. Most likely because he was an LA native. And the Lakers were
LA area.
Yeah. He's a Cali. All right. That was all connected to Cali, and the Lakers were looking for a point guard anyways. They needed a point guard bad.
Yeah, it was just a match made in heaven.
It's going to be either him or Fox, but Fox was third pick.
I gotta disagree on that. I gotta be.
Fox wasn't the third pick. Jason Tatum was the third pick.
So you guys don't believe?
If y'all remember,
Fox was fifth, right?
Lonzo Ball had a bad workout. So with that celebrity he had behind him, with that bad workout, I mean, without that celebrity behind him and having a bad workout, he probably would have.
Thank you, bro. That's the
Whoa,
point.
whoa, that's not true. No. What about Kevin Durant workout? Do you remember his workout with the Supersonics?
Kevin Durant is damn near 7 foot tall. And
Okay, don't just say it was a bad workout then. See, don't say that then. It wasn't just based on no bad workout.
You gotta look, Kevin Durant,
so let me ask
he
you,
take a team to to the NCAA.
So you trying to tell me?
Lonzo. What do you mean? So did Lonzo. They went the same model. They went the same distance.
Lonzo ain't been the type of player Kevin Durant. But come on,
see, there we go though. See, now the parallel is different. Don't say bad workout because that's when the only thing.
No, he did have a bad workout. A lot of people have bad workout. He had a bad shooting workout. He said it so.
No, I'm not saying he didn't have a bad workout. I'm not saying that's the only reason why that LaVar had to hype him or something like that. That's not true. That's what I'm saying. No. I ain't saying that, but I just saying by him being a celebrity player because of not even just because of that, because a lot of people know for Tino Hose. The fact that he has so much celebrity behind him, it made it a no-brainer for LA to take him. But if he wasn't Lonzo Ball, if he was somebody else with the workout that he had, he would have slipped.
No,
thank you.
Hold up. Wait, Dex. Hold up. I got something, Dex.
Because you know why you can't say thank you, Talent? Why you can't say thank you, Talent? Because Lonzo Ball is Lonzo Ball from high school.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you. So then, why did his father go on that media blitz? What I'm trying to say is his father went on a complete media blitz, bro.
Because they wanted to hear from him. It wasn't just because he was trying to just big up his son. Totally, the media wanted to hear from him because
Lonzo and his dad was on the WWE, bro.
Okay,
I understand that.
That's fine. That
what I'm saying is that
call a media blitz, bro.
But they wanted LaVar because of the way he talks, his antics. It was great for Showtime.
But my question to you is, why did LaVar do that? LaVar didn't do that for LaVar. He did that for his kids.
I understand that, but he always done that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He always done that. He always talks.
Can Ray get a take? Ray is not getting a chance to say nothing, guys.
Okay, well, go ahead, then. Goddamn.
Look, nigga, hold on. For one, Magic, this because I'm in this conversation with this. Magic Johnson said if he could redo it, he would still got Lonzo again. Let's start off right there. Okay, he said if we redo this, I'm still drafting him again. The man was a top 10 pick automatically, even if LaVar said shit. The man was already destined to be the top tier point guard. That's
facts.
He didn't. LaVar don't have to fucking do all he did to get Lonzo in the league. He already solidified to be a part of the league. And he was
y'all pushing the argument with a different narrative.
No. But him having a bad little workout.
He probably would have gone 7 or 8.
Him having a bad workout does not take away what he done in his film and his information.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
That's Rave is right. Rave is right there.
De'Aaron Fox had a bet. De'Aaron Fox had a bet as far as the type of point guard you want.
Okay, here we go with this again.
Bro,
Odell
Beckham Jr. had a bad workout.
When the NBA look at point guards now,
Rave is right, man. Panic. Rave is right. Lonzo Tate already solidified him. It didn't matter. He was already going. All he had to do was have the run he had in the tournament. This only really solidified it. But he was already going. Now, let me tell you about Darion Fox.
Nobody's saying he won't get drafted.
Do you guys forget the way Lonzo shot? Do you forget the form that he had?
Of course, yeah, he had an unorthodox form.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. If his dad didn't,
but he shot over 40%. No, that's not true. Because he shot over 40% in college for the three. Don't forget that. Remember when he got into the pros?
Y'all must understand
he came in the summer league bowling.
Hold on. Okay, listen. Hold on. Let's not convolute this right here. Okay, listen. When he was in college, he had a 40% shooting percentage from the arc, right? So when he got all that information, he led the league in assists, right? He also was a good rebounder, and he played decent defense. So the tape alone for the college that he played at, I hear something in the background.
You saying all of that? I want to know why is he not an all-star already then? With all that you're saying right now, why is he not an all-star already?
Bro,
now that's a total different thing, but you can't kick the can now. We're just thinking about him coming to the NBA.
That's not a different thing. If he's that nice and he didn't need the promotion of his father, then why is he not doing it himself right now?
Darion Fox got an all-star because he brought up Darion Fox, right? He brought up Darion Fox, right? And Darion Fox had a pretty stellar career, but he's not an all-star.
Yeah, but I mean, you can clearly.
I'm not comparing him to Fox.
Like,
I'm comparing. What I'm speaking of.
The only reason why I bring up Fox is because I'm trying to show the parallel.
Lonzo can't stay healthy. That's the problem.
Hold up, come on now. Hold up. Even staying healthy, y'all kicking the curb. Like he just said, you're kicking the can because a lot of factors happened during that time. We could talk about when Luke Walton was hating on this shit for the first 2 seasons of his career. We could talk about the fact that all the things that happened, I got traded for Anthony Davis. All that comes to the factor why this hasn't happened. And him not being healthy too. So you can't, you're just really kicking the curb. We're just saying, me and Dexter's just saying.
He played for the Pelicans and he played a full season for the Pelicans, if I'm not mistaken. Why was he not an all-star then?
No, come on.
He didn't have all-star numbers.
The only thing I'm trying to say, let me just say this.
Doing this thing. Come on.
The only thing I'm trying to say is that y'all downplaying the work that his father put in my opinion.
I'm not downplaying the work. He was a hell of a hype man.
Okay.
But the only difference between LaVar and these other fathers who are hype men for their sons is that they kept putting the mic in his face. They kept putting the camera on him. So he became a celebrity based on that because he was saying a lot of outlandish things according to old media, you know what I mean, or mainstream media. So by him saying these outlandish things, it was like a circus act. You feel me? But all along, Lonzo credentials stand on his own. He didn't need a crutch.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's
the reason why I bring up De'Aaron Fox is because if you look at how the NBA been when that draft happened, what's the average point guard position? What's the average point guard like nowadays? They scoring combo guards, right? So when I bring up De'Aaron Fox, what I'm saying is,
listen, I don't want to hear nothing about no De'Aaron Fox for real, because you guys act like De'Aaron Fox was all world. If you want to talk about point guards in that tournament, talk about Peyton Pritchard. Talk about him, because he whooped the shit out of De'Aaron Fox. Okay,
listen,
but nobody wants to talk about that.
I'm not comparing NBA players.
But you understand what I'm saying, panel? People love to bring De'Aaron Fox compared to Lonzo, and Lonzo's not even known as a scorer. You feel me? He's known as a facilitator. But they want to compare De'Aaron Fox, but they will not compare De'Aaron Fox to Pritchard. I'm talking about Pritchard with the Boston Celtics right now.
Yeah, you talking about
he whooped his ass.
You talking about
he whooped De'Aaron Fox's ass.
Hey, check this
He put it to him. Talk about him.
All I'm saying is his play style was better suited for the first round that year.
But all I'm saying is that people love to bring up De'Aaron Fox when it comes to Lonzo, but they won't bring up De'Aaron Fox when it comes to Pritchard.
Wait, Dex, wait.
Let me bring it back. Let me bring it all the way back to the point you're trying to make. I'm gonna bring it all the way back to the point you're trying to make. What he's trying to say is
ESPN did a redraft. They did a redraft. I know what you're trying
to
say.
And Lonzo wouldn't go two.
They had Lonzo. Yes, sir. Go look it up.
He wouldn't go number 2.
They did 2 redrafts. Lonzo was most definitely a top 5 or top 6 pick.
Okay, but let's see, Ray. Stop right there. Start right there. This is the last day, Ray. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. Stop right there. You keep saying he would have been the top 10. He would have been the top 5. Nobody is disputing that. He's not disputing that. All he's saying is all that celebrity that came behind Lonzo Ball, that propelled him to the number 2 pick.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If Magic wasn't with the Lakers,
but it wouldn't have been 2.
It was destined to get it. He was getting the Lakers. It was going to be 2 pick regardless of the Lakers.
Rave. Let me ask you a question. If Magic wasn't with the Lakers, I don't like the
Lakers is Cali, right? Lakers is Cali, right?
Oh, let me put Rave in the center so we won't get confused.
Ain't it destined for Lonzo to go to Cali in the Los Angeles Lakers to be and end up being the second pick regardless?
Rave, let me ask you this question.
You think the Lakers would have dropped and said no?
It goes a better question, Rave. If Magic wasn't in the head office, do you think that Lonzo would have got drafted number 2?
Yes, because Jenny Buss said she liked the pick. She liked Lonzo.
Oh my God.
She said it.
Okay.
Well, look it up.
All I can say is about when it comes to Lonzo Ball, they get passionate about it. So regardless of what logic you make is,
no, that's true. No, he's right. We do get a little passion. You know why we get passion? Because we know what we're talking about when it comes to Lonzo Ball, and a lot of people else don't, because that's who we really rock with. So we pay attention to a lot of things. Just like if somebody is an Obi Toppin fan, what I look like arguing with him about Obi Toppin and all of his skill sets and things of that nature, if the person been watching Obi Toppin all since he was in high school and all this old type of stuff. That don't make sense, right?
You could say that same thing about a lot of people on this panel.
That's what I'm saying. You're right.
Lonzo Ball since high school. That don't mean all of
okay. Then why all the crooked takes then?
It's not
right.
all I'm saying.
That nigga always going against Lonzo. Always.
It's a fact.
Against. Always.
It's a fact. Man, listen, nobody want to admit that. Ain't nobody trying to say Lonzo trash and Lonzo wouldn't have been a top 10 pick. All he's saying, all I think I used to say a secret for myself. What
you guys realize what it was coming out of UCLA with Lonzo? What Lonzo was about? See, that's what I'm saying. I got boots on the ground. I got my ears to the streets. I'm watching this, and I'm watching how people is talking about this young phenom, Lonzo Ball.
That's cool. That's cool.
Dex, let me ask you the same question. Dex, if Magic wasn't in the head office, do you think Lonzo would have got drafted number 2?
That I don't know. I can't say. I can't say.
Because at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is the Lakers fell. The Lakers fell to the second spot. Now the Lakers fell to
because
the
it was trash. Because it was trash, right? The year before.
But either way, they fell to that number 2
yes or
spot.
no? And were they trash?
No, you're right. You're
okay,
right. All right, but they fell to the number 2 spot. All right, and Magic happened to be in that head office. You understand? And Magic drafted Lonzo. I just don't think if Magic wasn't there, I don't think he would have got drafted number 2. Just my opinion.
Well, okay, that's cool. But the only thing I'm saying is this right here. If you understood how this thing works, where D'Lo, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, and all those other cats that was there before Lonzo wasn't moving the needle for the Lakers, they had to get a young sensational phenom that's a local. Yeah. Why wouldn't you not do that? That's unfathomable to me. Why would you not draft somebody that's already got a freaking fanfare, internet sensation, social media sensation, and he's right in your backyard?
And what
would you justify that?
All that sensation. We'll play the role in all that sensation.
His play.
Bro, his play.
No,
right.
his father played. And now I seen him.
Wait, no, that's not true. I'm talking about a UCLA. What did you know when LaVar was saying at UCLA?
Big baller, his dude. I don't think y'all give him enough credit.
No, listen. Let me explain something to you about the big baller. So don't flip it like that. Let me explain something to you about that. The big baller was always been a local sensation. He always been a local sensation. But what made him a national sensation is when ESPN and all those people started putting mics and cameras in his face. We was familiar with LaVar already. We was familiar with his antics already. Even at the Drew League. Don't forget that. See, you guys just talking stuff, and you guys don't know the history.
No, we know that. We just don't
know. Hold on.
I've been following the Triple B since Chino Hill.
I'm not talking about Lonzo, not right here. I'm not talking about Lonzo. Lonzo was good on his own merit. What made LaVar a sensation, an international sensation, is because everything he was saying, they thought they could put a camera in his face and make him look like a fool.
Yeah.
But most of the stuff he said came to fruition. So people are like, whoa, he did say that. He did say that.
What I'm trying to get across to you, though, is that his dad, all that work that he put in was for his kids to get into the NBA. He didn't do it for himself, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
No, so what I'm trying to get across to you is that it worked.
But what I'm saying is that regardless
go ahead.
If Talent. If LaVar was a mute, listen to me now. If LaVar was a mute, if LaVar was an invalid or a vegetable, what Lonzo did from high school. Okay, what Lonzo did from high school to college, he was being drafted, and most likely he would be. The Lakers at number 2. The Lakers was number 1. Listen, if the Lakers was number 1, Lonzo would have won number 1. Wherever the Lakers was, Lonzo was going to get him. Lakers going to get him.
So then why did they trade him?
Listen, okay, Ray, let me get at this guy, please let me get at him. Boston had the number 1 pick. First of all, okay, we're going to revisit history. Boston had the number 1 pick. Hold on, brother. Would you please let me go? Boston had the number 1 pick. Boston wanted Lonzo Ball.
They did.
Boston Celtics wanted Lonzo. Danny Ainge wanted to draft Lonzo Ball. With all that in the background, I don't know who got it, but please put your mic on mute so we can figure out who's who and what's what. Boston Celtics wanted to draft Lonzo Ball. Unfortunately, Lonzo refused to work out for Boston. Danny Ainge was a little upset about it. And you know Danny Ainge, how he's a high-pitched individual, right? He fired back. I don't care. LaVar is not going to interrupt anything. I'm going to draft Lonzo. Magic had to give Danny Ainge a call. It was like, this is not the way. This is not Boston way. You ain't gotta, you ain't gotta sully your situation like that. You know what I'm saying? A player don't want to come to Boston. Your legacy brand. That's on that player. And Danny Ainge backed off. And what Danny Ainge did was traded that pick. He got out of the number 1 slot and gave it to Philly. He traded to Philly. Philly got Markelle, and we know the rest is history. Boston got Jason Tatum, but it worked out marvelously for Boston. So Boston, you can't be mad at Boston about that. The reason why Lonzo got traded, as we keep going over this issue, is because the Pelicans wanted Lonzo. Lonzo almost got traded to the freaking San Antonio Spurs. Don't forget that too.
Wrong.
See, a lot of people don't.
Got traded. The reason why he got traded
wrong. I can't believe a Laker fan said wrong.
It's because of
no,
LeBron.
It wasn't because of LeBron. No, LeBron okayed it. He was cool with it.
We can come right back to the original.
No, LeBron was cool with it. It wasn't because of him. Because they was getting Anthony Davis regardless. Magic already said, I give up everything except LeBron for Anthony Davis. Magic said that out of his own mouth. They can pick who they want. Magic said that. So don't just put it all on LeBron. But LeBron was okay with it. You follow what I'm saying? Because the thing of it was this. Lonzo had to be in that trade. The only people that was optional was either Brandon Ingram or Kyle Kuzma. Those was optional because both of those are interchangeable. They both play the same position basically.
If Boston wanted Lonzo, why did you say stay at number 1?
And they kept Kuzma. So why wouldn't they release Kuzma instead of Lonzo? Based on everything that you just said.
That was a Jeannie Buss thing. Because Jeannie Buss was trying to make it seem like it was. Jeannie Buss said, hands off Kuzma. We trust in Kuzma.
Listen, man. But listen to how you just
hold on.
Lonzo.
Dave,
That's how you're killing me.
Talent.
With all due respect,
listen, bro.
Man,
See, 1 minute you're so sharp, and then the next minute you just fall off a cliff. Or if you don't believe what I'm saying, go research it. Go put in Google search Jenny and Kuzma. We trust in Kuz. We trust in Luke. Every time Magic want to fire Luke, we trust in Luke. Go, just do it, and those articles will come up. Now, those articles might not have reached New York, but those articles was damn show in LA.
No, but I'm listening to what you're saying. That's what I'm going based on. And you just said he would have been drafted there regardless, even if Magic wasn't there, because Jeannie Buss wanted him.
I didn't say that. Rave said that. I said that the Lakers was number 2. How could you explain not drafting a hometown kid who was a high school sensation, high school phenomenon, and an excellent college player who was runner-up to College Player of the Year as a freshman?
Okay, nice.
The only reason why I didn't give it to him because he was a freshman.
Just said it's beautiful. So how do you explain trading him instead of Kuzma?
Because they want
out of your mouth.
Who you want, a proven commodity or you want a unproven commodity? The unproven commodity is the young kids that the Lakers had. The proven commodity was Anthony Davis. Jason Tatum said out of his own mouth.
Crazy.
Yeah. Right now you're acting like it. Jason Tatum out of his own. Yeah. Listen, Jason Tatum said out of his own mouth, hell, if I can trade myself for Anthony Davis, I would have traded myself. Because Boston backed out of the Anthony Davis sweepstakes mainly because of what his dad said about Boston and the Boston market. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about Boston market to sell the turkey and the hell of a mashed potatoes and gravy. Ooh, that Boston market food is good. But I'm talking about the Boston fan base market. They got out of the sweepstakes because his dad said something very negative dealing with race. And so they're like, you know what? That's another hot potato. We're cool. We'll keep our young core. And then Anthony Davis basically said, I'm a 1-year rental. Boston ain't finna give up Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and who was that? Was it Terry Rozier?
You just changed the narrative on me, man. But
I didn't change anything.
Though,
I'm just saying that why was he traded? I'm telling you why. Anthony Davis is or was at that point in time a very high proven commodity where Brandon Ingram on down to Lonzo Ball, Josh Hart, Kyle Kuzma was not a proven commodity. They were projects in the making. They had not proven anything yet.
How does Boston get into this? What I'm trying to say is you just said Lonzo is a proven hometown kid, yada, 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 everything you said. And you said
ain't nobody talking about no Pelicans, Jessica. Get out of here.
Hold on. You said they were willing to take Kuzma. but they decided to keep Kuzma, who's not the hometown kid, and they got rid of Lonzo. I'm still trying to figure
I just said that
one out.
Lonzo was the key part of the deal. That was the essential because they got. Remember, they got Zion Williamson. They got to have somebody to facilitate the Zion Williamson. Drew Holiday wanted to move over to the 2. Drew Holiday wanted to slide over and play the 2.
They didn't know they been getting Zion. They didn't even know they been getting the first pick yet.
Yeah, they did. What do you mean?
No, they didn't. They get drafted. They get traded before the draft.
No, that's not true. You better go back and look at it. They already had that secured already. And that's when the trade went down. They was over at the Drew League when all that went down. That was in the summer, partner. The draft had already looked it up. They had already They already knew where they was picking. They didn't pick Zion, but they knew they slot. You feel me? They already knew they had the number 1 pick, and everybody know the number 1 pick was Zion. That was a consensus number 1. You feel me? So David Griffin. I mean, that was right for David Griffin to push that. I ain't mad at him for pushing that. You follow what I'm saying? They needed somebody to facilitate. That's Ray, bro. Hey, he right. No panic. You say Ray be making background noises. Here we go.
I tried to tell you.
But nevertheless, talent. Yeah, that was the situation. Lonzo was a essential part of that trade, and Brandon Ingram and Kyle Kuzma were the optional piece. One of them had to go. You feel me? And Jeannie basically put up her guards for Kyle Kuzma for some reason or another. I'm not gonna get into that right now, but she put up her guard for Kyle Kuzma. They was having dinner, and she basically said, "We trust in Kyle Kuzma. We trust in Kuz." At dinner. Now remember this. Now they're having dinner now down in Manhattan Beach. Okay, at a real high-end steakhouse.
We gonna leave that one out there like that, man. We ain't gonna get into that one.
No, she tweeted that. It wasn't like it was secret. Now she tweeted it with a picture.
No, I'm with you.
So it wasn't like it was some clandestine mission. No, she tweeted it at a dinner plate. So you already know what that is. I mean, if you're smart, you already know what that means.
Nah, that's why I said we ain't gonna go no further with that. We gonna leave that right there. No need to go too deep with that one.
So this is why sometimes we got to get a little deep, and you can't just go on the surface. Now, I'm not saying Lonzo is a world beater on the basketball court. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that there was a lot of mitigating circumstances surrounding the departure of Lonzo Ball from the Los Angeles Lakers. You know what I'm saying? Plus, if you want to go some more deeper, hey, they wanted to put a damper in Big Baller Brand. Let's go there too. Because Big Baller Brand being in LA, being in Laker, getting all that media and all that type of stuff. And hey, to some people, that was an issue. That was a problem. So go down to New Orleans and see if you can build down there.
Well, that I'll agree with you with. Because I do know there's a monopoly against the Triple Bs. Definitely is. I said that on one of the last shows, so I know that for a fact. So however they could hold down the Triple Bs, whatever they could do to put that weight on the Triple B, that's what they do.
So I mean, I'm just basically saying that it was a lot of things surrounding Lonzo. I know it's controversial to talk about it. A lot of people don't want to accept it because they want to see Lonzo as a failure. I do not see Lonzo as a failure. I know he has been riddled with injury throughout his first 5 years, especially the first 2 years was just devastating to any young man. But he was able to bounce back and have a breakout season with the New Orleans Pelicans, especially that second year. You follow me? He averaged more than ever in assists and points, and his defense stepped up. You know what I'm saying? And he was really appreciated amongst the players. It's just the organization didn't appreciate him, and that's why they didn't want to give him the money that he asked for. But another organization did, and so here we are.
You know what's real impressive about this, though? It's funny how we just went straight from that whole LeBron situation, and we always end up on the Ball brothers, man, for somehow, some way. It's very impressive, man.
Well, I could say like this. That's an interesting topic, and people, they chime in on that when you mention that. You mention LeBron, you mention MJ, you mention the Ball brothers, you mention LaVar, you get a lot of interest. A lot of time when we try to bring up other people, the interest might not stick like that. Shout out to Coffee. the interest might not stick like that. So that just shows you that they can galvanize interesting conversation, whether it be on their behalf or contrary to what they stand for. You're going to get a
Shout out
conversation.
to Flight Sports
either end of
TV
the
because
spectrum.
honestly that's what it's about over here. So it's beautiful how it always transpires into the Ball brothers somehow, some way. So it's actually a positive thing. I didn't say it as a negative.
Right. But one thing I can say is this right here. I love and I appreciate what LaVar has done. He has challenged the machine. He has challenged the oligarchs of the NBA and sponsorships. He have challenged those gatekeepers. And what he have put in the NBA, he has seeded that garden. And now we're starting to see the fruits of his labor through his constant training and conditioning with his sons and their mild mannered and their well-behaved activities within the NBA. They are not a problem as malcontents or miscreants, but they are a problem with the way they demonstrate their basketball skills to their opponents and to their foes and to their distractors and to their naysayers. These ball boys is going to be something special. We've been talking about them for years, and right now we're still talking about them, just like people have been talking about them for years, and right now people are still talking about them.
Facts spoken.
So here we are. Dallas Mavericks I think they got their heads whipped. Luka got to bounce back. Jason Kidd got to make necessary adjustments to this high octane offense of the Golden State Warriors. Did you watch any of the game? No Panic or Talent?
Yeah, I was watching the game. I called that game at halftime.
Luka had a very pedestrian game. I mean, listen, to a lot of people, that's a good number, 27, 20 and 7. But to Luka, we so used to him getting, high 30s and at least 11, 12 rebounds and maybe 8 to 10 assists. That was very pedestrian for Luka. You know what I'm saying? He basically played on the level of an Andrew Wiggins tonight because Andrew Wiggins actually matched Luka's output. And there's no way there's no way the Dallas Mavericks can push through this series if Andrew Wiggins is playing on a par level of a Luka Doncic with pedestrian type numbers.
Well, Luka tweaked his shoulder in the second quarter, so that's definitely something that you got to keep your eyes on.
And then when we look at it, right, Golden State had 51 rebounds, which was, and Dallas only had 35 rebounds. So that's a 16 margin plus for the Golden State Warriors. Dallas only had 14 assists, and the Golden State Warriors had 24 assists. So that's a plus 10 on the assist margin. That cannot continue if Dallas wants to be a formidable opponent to Golden State. It just cannot happen. I know Dallas is on the road. We said, and I think Marvin Perspective said it, that Dallas could have a pretty somber game because, they had a fisticuff with the Phoenix Suns. Same demonstration we saw with the Boston Celtics and who was that? The Miami Heat, right? Wasn't that similar? Mm-hmm. So Dallas can bounce back the second game. They have to bounce back the second game. I believe Dallas have to get a split right here because even if Dallas lose this game and win 2 in Dallas, I just don't see Dallas beating the Golden State Warriors with Golden State Warriors having home court. Dallas needs to get a split so they can get the advantage onto their side, just as well as the Boston Celtics need a split in South Beach to get the home court advantage on their side. Because we seen what happened with Boston in Game 7, right? With the Milwaukee Bucks. Now we've seen what happened with the Dallas Mavericks, but the difference was the Dallas Mavericks was on the road. I don't know if they can do that same accomplish that same feat with the Golden State Warriors being on the road with a champion mentality type team who has been tried and forged by fire. Phoenix Suns hasn't. Phoenix Suns that was a one finals appearance since 1993. So they've not proven. They were just a beneficiary of injured riddle playoff season. You follow what I'm saying? But the Warriors is different. They have their core. They have Draymond. They have Clay. They have Steph. They still got Kevon Looney. They still have a core of their championship team intact, in place, and playing and giving meaningful minutes. Dallas don't have that. They only have a coach who is a champion. So Dallas got to somehow garner up the strength to overcome this semi-dynasty in the Golden State Warriors.
Well, if you look at the game tonight, you would have seen that just the Warriors just have a different energy level, man. And I don't think Dallas is going to be able to match that. Even when they go home, I don't think they're going to be able to match it. It's a different level of energy, man. Just defensively, offensively, it's just the energy is just totally different.
And I remember Coffee. Yes, I agree with you. I remember Coffee coined the phrase here at Flight Sports TV, putting energy in the ball, whooping that ball around, let everybody touch it. And like I said, Dallas only have 14 assists, and for the whole game. Now that's for 48 minutes, and the Golden State Warriors had 24. It's under 30, but it's still 10 more than their opponents. So that counts for 20 points more than the opponents had, and they can't stand to have such low numbers in assists in a game like this against a team like the Golden State Warriors, as well as it was out rebound. It was astounding, the rebound ratio where it was a plus 16 for the Golden State Warriors. So Dallas got a lot of homework to do, and they have a lot of film study and adjustments to make in order to make this a competitive series.
Yeah, and it's a possibility they could get swept, but I think they're going to lose in 5, in my opinion, to be honest with you. Because at the end of the day, the star matchup, they can't match up with the stars, man. You know, you got Draymond, you got Clay, you got Steph. They're already proven. You got Luka out there by himself trying to deal with a bunch of others. He needs another star in there to help him out a little bit. Most definitely.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, I like the way you said that. Do you think Jalen Brunson is in over his head for these finals? I mean, these Western Conference Championship?
I think everybody except Luka is in over their head. And Luka could be over to a certain degree, but at the end of the day, he has that star quality. So he's going to give you what he can. Like I said before, he tweaked that shoulder a little bit, so you got to keep your eyes on that going forward. It's a possibility it could become an issue. You understand? And then, for example, if you take Luka off of that team right now, let's say he and we're not hoping this for him, but just say he can't go for one game. What does Dallas have?
Exactly. And I know Dallas, hung their hats on their defense throughout the season. I believe they entered the playoff, which is the second season or the extended season, depending on what, terminology you want to use. Mm-hmm. There was like top 5 or at least top 7. And I don't know if that's going to do anything when you got players from the Golden State Warriors is just in a scoring barrage, and it's nothing you can do. Because when you look at the statistics on this game, talent, it's kind of mind-boggling because you got 7 Golden State Warrior players who participated in this game. I'm talking about the top 7 of the rotation of the Golden State Warriors in double figures.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
It's hard as heck to beat a team who have their top 7 rotational pieces in double figures. Just like to go back to the old saying what Coffee said, when you put energy in the ball like that, you don't need Steph to have 40. You don't need Klay Thompson to have 30. They can have the 19s, the 15s, the 20s, and everybody else can have the 10s, the 11s, the 12s. And if you got 7 people in double figures, that alone, base-wise, is 70 points. Just from the base, it's 70 points. If they just all score 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
So that's remarkable in itself. That's ball sharing. That showed that this a championship quality team and caliber team by trusting everybody that comes on that freaking floor who's going to operate at 94 feet on that parquet in the Chase Center or any other arena, that you're going to get some production. And you always get in talent, as you know, you're a basketball mind, you're going to always get the beef of your talent off the bench, especially when you're at home.
Yeah, but this was set up since the beginning of the season, to be honest with you, or even prior to even the season starting, because at the end of the day, that's how Steve Kerr set the whole thing up. So Steve Kerr coached his boys up knowing that Klay Thompson was going to come back. You understand? And once Klay came back, you got to understand, they automatically turned into a championship team. You understand? So they had potential throughout the whole season, but once Klay comes back, it's no longer just potential. That's what they are. You understand? And also you got to understand that as Klay plays, because Klay just came back, so every game he plays, he gets better. He gets better. And he's falling into the rotation. Everybody's getting used to him. He's getting used to everybody. So they're going to make it to the finals. And by the time you get to that point, I mean, they're actually going to be like the old Golden State Warriors, just, you know, tweaked a little here, tweaked a little there with the new players. But honestly, bro, what you have is Golden State of the old. People just don't realize it yet.
Oh, without
Still
a doubt.
the same coach.
Yeah, same coach, same system. They didn't miss a beat when Steve Kerr went out. Yeah, they lost that one game by 50 points. But everybody know the Golden State Warriors wanted to close that series out at home. They wanted to close that series out at the Chase Center, because it's been a while that they closed a series out in the Chase Center in that fashion to extend themselves into the into further into the season. Because last year they was put out by Memphis Grizzlies. They, you know, in the play-in game, they didn't even make the playoff. So it was a elated moment. The fans was ecstatic. It was mad crazy up there. Their Bay Area celebrities came out to cheer them on and to act like fans and to be normal and to be average and just let it hang loose. And that's what I like about the Bay Area celebrities. Unlike the Los Angeles celebrities, may I continue? They so like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's no bother. This is just the Lakers. We expect this. You feel me?
Yeah, they're more laid back about it.
Yeah, they're way laid back. You don't see them getting up, jumping around, shouting, dancing, and hooping, hollering. Maybe because of all that Gucci and Versace and Armani and all that stuff that they wear. They don't want to, you know, tear any threads or anything to that nature, or lose some of that jewelry, that Tiffany jewelry that they be having on their bodies. But whatever the case may be, the Golden State Warrior fans and their celebrities, they mingle. I mean, it's just a fun atmosphere, and I really appreciate watching it sometimes. Even though I'm a Laker fan, and sometimes it gets me under the collar, but it's good.
I ask you a question. This is Jason's kid's first season with them, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that Porzingis would have made a difference if he was playing for them right now?
I don't know. I think, like you said, that relationship had soured so soon, so fast. Porzingis became, you know, a toxic element when it came to Luka. You know what I mean? They got in each other's faces several times, and they had to be separated. It was just an ugly situation. So that old regime is out. A new regime is in, and big ups to Jason Kidd for bringing Dallas out of the second round into the Western Conference Championship. So no, I don't think if Porzingis was there, they would, you know, fare any better than what they are today, because Porzingis had his mind made up that he was better than Luka for some reason or another.
You honestly think? Well, I don't really think so. I actually think it was the other way around. I just feel like Luka has that Allen Iverson mentality where he wants to run the whole entire team. He wants the ball should go through him every single time. And what I feel happened is that Porzingis wanted to be a stronger part of the offense, and Luka just wasn't having it. Now, notice Luka he doesn't have, and mind you, Porzingis is considered a star. Maybe not a superstar, but he's considered a star. But now that Porzingis not there, and you don't have another player being considered a star, look where Luka got him to.
Well, the reason why I said what I said is because Porzingis is coming from the New York Knicks, who was everything to the Knicks. This is how he got the name the Unicorn. And here you have an unproven foreign player like Luka. When you look at Luka from Porzingis' perspective, you're looking at this blob of flesh that's just moving around on a basketball court. You really don't appreciate it until you get on the opposite side of Luka. While you playing with Luka, sometimes you just don't. Just like playing with Khalid Al-Amin. Remember him that used to be for Michigan State? When you look at that little bowling ball, or Jamal Tinsley, when you look at that little bowling ball when he's on your team, sometimes you tend not to remember how good that person is, especially Khalid when he was in not the Detroit version, but the version when he was at Michigan State. You know what I'm saying? What he did to Duke. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to, like, imagine that this guy's a real basketball player, because he don't fit the basketball mold on appearance, where Porzingis does fit the basketball mold on appearance, and he has been proven. He was in a large media, and people loved him in that large media until basically he got hurt. It was Porzingis or Carmelo. You feel what I'm saying? He had risen to that height, so that's why I say that in his mind he thought he was better. But as we all do, we always think we're better than we are when we are, until we are tested or put to the test.
Or could it be that they're both foreigners, and maybe it's forgive me for the way I'm about to say this, but could it be a little bit of foreign drama?
It could be some of that also, but especially if okay. No, I'm saying especially if you're not winning. Like, if you're not winning, all those things come to the surface. You start peeling the layers of the onion. You know what I'm saying? But when you're winning, you put all that to the side. Like with Vlade Divac and Peja Stojakovic. You feel me? They put all their differences to the side. That little countries want to war with each other. Bosnia versus Serbia. You follow what I'm saying? They put all that stuff to the side.
You're making my point. Go ahead, man. Finish. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, because they was winning. Remember, they was winning with Sacramento.
Right. But you see, Lucas, they're both young, and one is from Latvia, and the other one is from Slavonia. And I'm just wondering, maybe, they could have been button heads on that type of level, because mind you, those guys play against each other in their foreign areas. So it's like those two teams would play against each other. So it could have just been, and I could be stretching a whole lot right now, but that's just what I thought it was a little bit. Maybe it was just a little bit of foreign drama. They didn't really, coexist with each other because of that, in my opinion.
I mean, like I said, I could agree with that, but like I said, it's even more hectic if you're playing with a player that your country is actually going to war against. I mean, people are dying on both sides. You follow what I'm saying? With them, it's just competition. But with Vlade Divac and those guys, they was actually warring against each other, actually killing men, women, and children. You know what I'm saying? So if you were able to put that to the side for a championship and continue to play, that's phenomenal in itself. But it's when the Sacramento Kings wasn't getting over that hump, then a lot of things start to come to surface.
Right.
And they have to separate, and break the team up eventually.
All right. No, I'm with you though, but that's just how I feel a little bit. I feel like there's a little bit of drama within that situation. Just the whole foreign thing kind of affected a little bit. But going forward, I mean, my question to you is, how many games you see Dallas winning, if they winning any at all?
I think Dallas can get 2 out of this. And somehow I believe that they're going to win the 2 on their home court. And I just think the Golden State Warriors will go ahead and finish it. I don't think the Golden State Warriors will try to extend it and finish it on their home court on a Game 7. I don't think they will play like that. I think they will try to get it over in 6, because I just think Dallas will fight hard enough to get 2 out of here. Now, if the Golden State Warriors win 1 in Dallas, of course, the Dallas probably won't win no more, because they go back to the Chase Center, and then that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Right. So this is what I'm hoping, because I'm really going for the Dallas Mavericks in this series. I want Jason Kidd to win, and I want the Boston Celtics to win. I think that would be an amazing finals, because I think for either one of those guys, Ime Udoka or Jason Kidd, it will be another precedence, because I think that's probably will be the first time that a former player, especially black player, wins a championship as a player and a coach since KC Jones, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's be history in the making. That would be phenomenal, and it's well deserved because Casey Jones with the Boston Celtics, I believe he was the last one to do it. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can correct me in the chat, but I think that that '84 team was the last time that a former player won a championship and a coach won a championship that was a coach too. But then again, for Jason Kidd, it might be the second for African American who played for a team and won a championship because he's a champion with Dallas, and then he coached Dallas to a championship game. So that'll be a second for sure. You know what I'm saying? Player win a championship for the same team. He coached that team to a championship. So that'll be history in the making in itself. We all know that June is a beautiful month because of Juneteenth and things of that nature for African Americans in the diaspora, especially the United States, basically. You know what I'm saying? For Jason Kidd or M.A. Udoka to win, even though he's from Nigeria, he's still considered black in America. So that'll be fantastic.
Well, you got that dogfight over there in the East. I'm just curious. I mean, do you see the Celtics winning game 2?
I think it's important that they do win game 2 to steal home court advantage from the Miami Heat, because the Miami Heat is not so unformidable. Well, I won't say that word. The Miami Heat is not so tough that the Boston Celtics can't win a game in South Beach, because Miami Heat is vulnerable. They can slip up. They can lose a game at home. And I think it's a very highly possibility. And I think the Dallas Mavericks, the Boston Celtics realize this. And so they're going to have to take advantage of this. I don't know if Jimmy Buckets is going to continue to play the way that he played. I mean, he's been outstanding in these playoffs. He has an outstanding and stellar playoff career. You follow what I'm saying? He took the Chicago Bulls. I'm not the first 2 years of his career because he was a puppy. You know what I'm saying? And he was trying to get there. You know what I'm saying? That was Derrick Rose's team and all that type of stuff. But he was fighting Derrick Rose for supremacy. He was fighting Dwayne Wade for supremacy. You feel me? And he won out. And this is what I like about him. And then he goes over to Minnesota. He fight them guys for supremacy. Called them out. Took them to the playoffs 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Gave Big Cat some experience. Then he goes to Philly. Him and Embiid probably, really couldn't see eye to eye, but, he wasn't able to take over that team. But in actuality, if you remember that Jimmy Butler led Philadelphia team, that should have been his team. They should have acquiesced to Jimmy Butler and had Joel Embiid play off, be second fiddle or 1-2, 1A, 1B. They should allow that to happen. And whoever stood in the way got rid of that person. Ben Simmons was cool. He wasn't really bothered by it. He was just bothered by the presence of Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler's a tough guy. So if they would have known better, they could have kept Jimmy Butler over Ben, or they could have kept Jimmy Butler over Tobias Harris, because one of them would have to go. One of them out of that triangle had to go. You follow what I'm saying? But it didn't happen. Jimmy Butler left, and he led Miami to a NBA Finals. They lost to the Los Angeles Lakers, right? Then he come back this year to lead Miami to the Eastern Conference Championship game. So when you look at the journey of Jimmy Butler and from when he come out of his ashes, he is a wonderful player, and this is why I rank him above Jason Tatum.
And you just brought up Jason Tatum, and that's where I was about to go to, because I think he folded. To be honest with you, in that second half, I mean, I don't know how he folded like that, but could Jason Tatum really handle physical pressure? Is he really that type of player?
Listen, Jason Tatum played 44 minutes that last game. He got 29 points, so that's not nothing to sneeze at. He was a high scorer, I believe. He was 10 for 21, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. How can you be mad at that? I know they got spanked. You know what I mean? They got their head peeled to the fat meat. But Jason Tatum, I think he held his on. Now, I didn't really watch that game from beginning to end, so I don't know if some of those points and rebounds and assists come in the wake of like, what you call them, like cheap points. You know what I mean? Because the game is already out of hand and people are not playing hard.
But it was a lot of lackadaisical passes. Like Miami was able to get a jump on a lot of passes. There was a lot of turnovers in that second half. And my opinion is just they wasn't crisp. That's the correct word that I'm using. But they just weren't playing as crisp as possible in the second half. You know what I'm saying? So Miami got a jump on a lot of passes. They were just throwing the ball like they didn't really care. Like the dude standing 5 feet away, he just tossed that thing over there like he didn't care. And Miami just got the jump on all of those passes. And that's the main reason why they took that L, because at the end of the day, Miami put a lot of pressure on them. But I don't really think it was pressure. I just think that the Celtics came back out in the second half and they played lackadaisical. And Miami was
winning. It was winning at first.
Okay.
Yeah, the Celtics was winning at first, right? They was beating Miami.
It was spanking them.
And to go back to Jason Tatum talent.
Mm-hmm.
In that Milwaukee series, you know, he played 40 minutes, 43 minutes, 41 minutes, 42 minutes, 42 minutes, 43 minutes. In the last game, he caught a break and only played 36 minutes. And then he backdoored it with the opening game of the Eastern Conference Championship. He played 44 minutes. He played more minutes in that first game against Miami than any of the Milwaukee minutes. And we know every minute that Jason Tatum was out there for Milwaukee was a slugfest.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have been a little tired. He might have had attrition might have kicked in. So
lost you a little bit. You still there?
Yeah, go ahead, talent.
Yeah, I don't know. You cut out a little bit. I apologize. It's probably probably my signal.
Yeah, I was saying that if attrition kicked in, it's only normal, and if he wasn't able to respond the way that a lot of us fans want him to respond, then you know, hey, I'm not mad at Jason Tatum because, like I say, he put in work. And one thing you can never take from Jason Tatum, he eliminated the former champs. I mean, you know what I mean? He made them not be champs again. Sure did. And Giannis was a part of that team. And a lot of people feel that Giannis is the best player in the NBA. He eliminated the best player in the NBA in a highly contested 7-game series in the Eastern Conference semis. That is something on his resume that nobody can ever take from Jason Tatum.
And another thing is the Celtics, they're missing their most physical player with Marcus Smart. So I think it's definitely hurting him a lot too, because he usually takes on that position.
Yeah, that's your mic. You know, your mic is going in and out. Your mic is going in and out.
All right. Am I better now?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
All right, cool. Yeah, but with Marcus Smart not being there, and hopefully he plays for the next game, I think that's affecting him a lot too, based on the physical side.
Most definitely, because Boston was kind of getting pushed around there. And listen, big ups to Eric Spoelstra for recognizing two integral parts who are very pivotal in changing the outcomes of games in this extended season, which is called the playoffs. Marcus Smart and Old Man Al, they was not present for that first game. And Eric realized that, and Coach Spoelstra took advantage of that. You know, he went right for it.
Yes, he definitely, second half, he came out and went for the juggler, without a doubt. You know, but you see, what throws me off a little bit is that when the game started, it was actually what Miami did to them in the second half. They were actually doing to Miami in the first. You understand? So
Exactly.
That's why I say I think it was lackadaisicalness. I think they came out in that second half thinking that they had it. You understand? And then what it is that Miami just put that extra pressure on them. And, I mean, I know they go back, they're going to watch the tape, they're going to realize where they made their mistakes at. Because the fact that you were able to do that to them in the first half, this is why I say this one right here is going to be a barn burner. I think it's going to go to 7 games. Because if they watch the tape and they realize exactly where they made their mistakes at, and they realize how they come out in the second half, and they basically just got rolled over, but you came out in the first quarter or the first half and you was rolling over them, you understand it? Now it's a tug of war, if I make sense. It's like wrestling. We're going back and forth. So at the end of the day, I think once they get it together, You understand? They're gonna come out and do what they have to do, and it's gonna be. I really think that series is gonna be a beautiful series. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think games 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's gonna go 7 in my opinion.
And I believe that they found something in that Oregon Duck alumni native and Peyton Pritchard, the one we spoke about earlier, that put the whooping, that put the mitts on De'Aaron Fox. You feel me?
Right.
That nobody wants to really talk about because they always want to compare him to Lonzo. And in that game against Lonzo, knowing that his mama has suffered a stroke and things of that nature, so his mind probably wasn't all the way focused. I don't know. I'm quite sure he was thinking about his mom, 18-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Mom been in his corner all his life and things of that nature. And all of a sudden he gets word that she got a stroke. I don't think he's going to be at his best. So they don't want to talk about Peyton Pritchard, but I'm going to talk about Peyton Pritchard. Because I'm sick of these guys always bringing up De'Aaron Fox, who didn't win anything. You know what I'm saying? As soon as he beat Lonzo, the very next game he lost. Very next game, he lost, and got the mitts put on him by Pritchard. And Pritchard went to the NCAA championship. You feel me? And had a really nice game against North Carolina. So nevertheless, Peyton Pritchard looked like he might be that secret missile because he put up a nice 18 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. So he could be an X factor for game 2, and MA might find something to be able to utilize Peyton Pritchard in certain high key moments of the game, and they can have an ability to pull this out. So I'm going to look for Pritchard to do something. If I'm able, I'll probably put a little something on the player performance with Pritchard. I think it'll be like, I think he might be about, since he got 18 the first game, they might have him at 11. So if they have Pritchard below 13, I'm definitely going to put a player performance wager on Pritchard. And I'm definitely going to put a player performance wager on Jaylen Brown because I believe Jaylen Brown is going to come out with blazing fire. Now, listen, he had 10 rebounds the first game. What's his name? Al wasn't present, but Time Lord was. Time Lord had 18 and 9. I might consider putting a player performance on Time Lord because if he's scoring 18 and also grabbing 9 rebounds, I'm quite sure his player performance might be from 7 to maybe 10. And they're going to need every bit of scoring because that first game they lost by 11, but it was really out of hand. So that 11 doesn't make it really comparable because if you watched the game, you knew that game was, you know, was solid in the fourth quarter. So yeah, I'm looking at some player performances here for Boston because they're gonna have to kick, scratch, climb. They're gonna have to do a whole lot of stuff to make something happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they need Al Horford because Al Horford, what he does, he stretches the defense a lot. You understand? He's gonna be able to take Bam out of that paint because Bam being in that paint is a bit of a problem too.
And so, yeah, I'm really kind of eyeing that right now, talent, about player performance. And if anybody is considering that, you might want to look on the Boston end and try to get some player performance in even same game parlays, and you might can win a little something going into the summer. Shit, you know, because yeah, Boston. I think Boston's going to really play different in game 2, and I think these guys are going to come out. They're going to take their deep breath, have a sigh of relief after coming off that terrific 7-game series against Milwaukee. Now they don't have to act like deer in the headlights. They can settle down. They in South Beach, because when you first go to South Beach, man, if you ain't careful, you can get sucked in. I don't know if you ever been down there, talent.
Yeah, I've been to Miami, man.
Yeah, but you've been to the nightlife, the nightlife, the South Beach nightlife.
Yeah, I know about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know about
the seaport. I know about the seaport, man. It gets
crazy. It gets crazy. So if you're not careful, you can get sucked in, and then you might not have the energy to to play basketball the way you know to play basketball because them little Cuban heinies down there. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't never been there with basketball money. I keep it 100 with you, so I don't know that level, but I don't know that level, but I do know it gets crazy, man. For sure,
yes,
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey, yeah, because I used to frequent South Beach a lot. I'm a little older now, so I really don't, play like I used to play. So I haven't been down there in a minute. I think the last time I was there in 2018. I think I was in South Beach 2018. Yeah, having fun down there because I flew into Miami, had a layover, and then I ended up staying. You know, I pushed my ticket off and ended up staying there for about 4 days, and then went on to the Bahamas. But hey, it was just wonderful. It was just wonderful the last time I was there. But I was there. I had company. I brought sand to the beach, but at the same time, it was still wonderful for me. You know what I'm saying?
From Miami to the Bahamas. All right, I'm gonna leave that right there, bro. I'm gonna leave that right there. Now, within that series right there, though, ultimately, who you think is gonna pull it out, though? Who you think is? I mean, I think the Warriors gonna make it. So who you think is gonna face the Warriors? And
I'm going for Boston. I know they're down. Yep, I know they're down right now because I want to go for the history. I want to see history. Spoelstra been there already. Kerr been there already. Both of them are multiple-time championship coach. You feel me? So I want some fresh blood in the finals this year. And then not only that, like I said, you got MA and you got Kid, both tell me about it 504s, and they both are rookie head coaches. It would be a wonderful thing to see them two clash at it. It'll be the war of the greens because both teams is green and white.
Yeah, I see that. I could understand that. I should say that, but I don't see that. I actually see Miami pulling it out just because of the Pat Riley factor. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And you know what? And I'm afraid of that. But like I said, I'm not going for Miami. You know, it's nice to have Miami at this juncture of the playoffs to be in the Eastern Conference Championship, but it tears apart of me a little bit because I do feel the Bulls should still be available. I still feel that the Bulls should still be alive. So it kind of tears at me when I'm looking at Miami, when I'm looking at Boston, and I was like, damn, Boston was in the cellar before the All-Star break. And after the All-Star break, they just turned on and they just upped the level of their play like none other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they turned on the Jets. They definitely did.
And while Boston was ascending, the Bulls was descending, and it was a little frustrating to watch. But hey, it didn't be. MA did his thing, and this is where we at right now.
Yeah, well, the Chicago thing, I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but it's just a matter of chemistry and gameplay, man. They didn't put together their chemistry correctly. It's just my opinion with that one. But in terms
we talked about it.
Yeah, we spoke about that a lot. A lot of people on the panel spoke about that, to be honest with you. So I ain't gonna get too deep into that one. But I do see Miami making the leap and saying whether or not they take it all away. I just see Golden State being a little bit more hungrier if they stay healthy. I think they want that chip without KD. You understand?
Most definitely. Like that's a hell of a good point. And I think me and someone else brought that point up. I don't know who it was. Was it Unstoppable or was it Rico? It was somebody that brought that point up along with myself that Golden State, you know what I'm saying, is on a revenge tour because they want to prove that they're not over the hill. They want to prove that they're still relevant, and they definitely want to prove that they can still be a dynasty because their dynasty or their run for a dynasty was broken up based on injury. Just think about that. Injury broke that up.
Yes,
yeah.
Sir.
So I just think that they just want to get another one. Now, they might get another one and they might not get another one after that. But they want to get another one so bad that it frightens me that they will not play with the Dallas Mavericks. And that's what's frightening me about the Dallas Mavericks. And this is why I won't lay no type of wager on the series. Because my mind tells me take Golden State, but my heart wants to be with the Dallas Mavericks. My sympathy is with the Dallas Mavericks and Jason Kidd, California kid. You know what I'm saying? Although he's a Bay Area kid, he's still Cali. So I want to ride with Jason Kidd based on that. And I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I'm a realist, so I always go with the realist factor. I go with what I see. I mean, forget how I feel sometimes because I could feel however, but I'm just gonna disappoint myself most of the time, especially if what I see is not what I feel. You understand? So based on what I see, I see two hungry. Out of the last 4 teams, the hungriest ones I see is Miami. And because I see Boston feeling like, yo, I'm just happy to be here. I see Dallas as I'm just happy to be here. I see both teams, if they lose, they just like, all right, we got there, we'll go on vacation. But when I look at the Warriors and I look at the Miami Heat, they're gunning for something. You understand? And they're gunning for that final victory, so to speak. You understand? That's just how I see it. I see Pat Riley pushing for it. And when I look over there and I look at Steve Kerr, I just see him pushing for it. When I look, not even Steve Kerr, when I look at the players, especially Draymond, Clay, and Steph, they're trying to make a point. No, they just want that chip, man. You can just see it in them. They just want to walk away and say we have that feeling again. You understand? That's what it looks like to me. And then when I look at Miami, I just see it as Pat Riley sitting on the top of that hill, looking down at them and telling them, yo, you guys got to get it done. You understand? You guys got to get it done. You got this far. You guys better get it done. And what's going to be beautiful for me is to see that clash because at the end of the day, I think those are 2 fireballs. And to see those 2 fireballs clash at the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing, in my opinion, just to see who comes out on top.
You know what, man? That's a hell of a
Go ahead.
point.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you was good. You was cooking.
Yeah, no, I see Luka already looked like he ready to go home. To be honest with you, just when he did an interview, I looked at it and, he said something about I'm living my best life or something like that, which was shocking to me. I'm like, Luka really just said that. But anyway, he was like, he's living his best life. And basically how he sounds is like, look, man, win or lose, look, I got them here. You understand? When you look at the Celtics, they're not really supposed to be here. You understand? So they're going to be good with just, getting to this point where they gotten to. But when you look at the other 2 teams, they look like they're definitely headed for something. Like, man, the Miami look like they want it. Golden State look like they want it. And if you get that finals, I just think it's going to be a rat race, man. Like, they're going to lock up. You understand? Especially if both teams are healthy, it's going to be a beautiful thing. Because Miami got the defense and the Warriors got the offense. You understand? And sometimes those are the best finals, man. When you see great offense versus a great defense, that's kind of like the greatest finals you could ever see, man.
Yes, and you know what? You had a lot of key points right there as far as both of these franchises. Speaking about Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors are multiple-time champs. It's been a while since Miami been a champ, but they tasted, and that organization is still intact. It's not like there's a different administration operating, running, and managing that organization. That is the same management from the LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade era. And they know what it feels like to be a champion. And the city knows what it's like to be a champion. Golden State, same thing. The same management that's running Golden State is the same that had the Iguodala or witnessed the Iguodala win finals MVP. It's the same that witnessed Kevin Durant win back-to-back finals MVP. So they know what it tastes like to be a champion. And for the Dallas Mavericks and the Boston Celtics, unfortunately, Boston Celtics do know what it tastes like. The Dallas Mavericks do know what it tastes like, but they was under different management.
Correct.
Danny Ainge is not there anymore. Rick Carlisle is not there anymore. So it's different management. So those are the 2 parallels that we're facing right now. Everybody that's in this Final 4 of the NBA Finals race or campaign have tasted champagne of a champion. You know what I'm saying? But the difference is Miami's intact, Golden State Warriors intact. Unfortunately for the Mavericks and the Celtics, different administration.
Different administration. Yeah, and they want it though. I definitely see them wanting it. And Eric Spoelstra, let's just keep it 100. That dude is like a workhorse and a nut. You know, you can see the psycho in him. You understand? And I think having Jimmy Butler, it relaxes him a little bit because Jimmy's a workhorse himself. You understand? So Jimmy kind of plays into that. Actually, Jimmy Butler fits right in with Miami. Just the whole entire organization, how they run it, the things that they do, the way they manage their players. Like, that's easy for Jimmy. There's a lot of players, like, that's one of the main reasons why LeBron left, because he couldn't handle how the management handled the team. You understand? Like, your body fat percentage has to be at a certain. Here goes a perfect example. Kyle Lowry. You seen how big Kyle Lowry was when he was with the Raptors? Do you see Kyle Lowry's size now? You still
exactly.
with me?
That's exactly. That's a good point. I was just loving what you were saying, so I was just quiet.
Yeah. Kyle Lowry was a big boy with the Raptors, man. And I already said it a long time ago. As soon as you get with Miami, you're going to see Kyle Lowry just slim down. You're going to be unbelievable. Like, why is that dude so small? So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Jimmy Butler fits in. So he fits in with the coach. He fits in with everything. And at the end of the day, they all have that same mentality right about now. But Eric Spoelstra, he's just hungry. And he has Pat Riley hovering over him. You understand? And Pat Riley don't play. You understand? So at the end of the day, and this was what I wanted to tell you earlier too about both teams. You forgot this point. They both know how hard it is to get back.
Man, that's a solid point right there, and I concur. I agree with you 100%. Especially that you brought up a real beautiful point about the regiment of the Miami Heat and the culture that they promote down there in South Beach. We know that, Miami is very liberal too. That's probably the most liberal spot in Florida, of course. You know what I'm saying? I think Tallahassee probably trying to give them a run for their money, but nevertheless, that's, Miami is different. When you go to Florida, that Miami is different. Okay. It's a way different experience from going to Fort Lauderdale or Naples. I don't know if you've ever been to Naples, going to Tampa or Clearwater, you know what I'm saying? Brandon and those areas over, those beautiful areas over there, St. Petersburg, another nice, beautiful area. Right. Miami just totally different. It's just freaking wild. And for the Miami Heat to be in that type of atmosphere day in and night out, but yet have a stringent regiment when it comes to their players, it shows you the ability of Pat Riley and Coach Spoelstra and everybody associated with that organization on an executive level is able to separate from the foolishness that goes on in South Beach.
Yeah, and it's thoroughness. It's I don't know if that's the right word, but it's just Pat Riley's very thorough. You understand? He's hardcore he's hardcore to the core.
Yes. And coming from LA, I mean, well, maybe he got that in New York, but coming from LA, Pat Riley seemed to be real slick type, playerish, got that vibe with the slick hair and the beautiful Armani suits, game in and game out. You know what I'm saying? You never seen Pat Riley in the same suit twice. So
not at all.
Then it's just so weird because how the Lakers was ran. With Dr. Buss, you know what I mean? Let the players basically do what they do off the court, but when they come on the court, it's all about championships. If you can maintain that, you know what I mean? If you can maintain the level of the science of concentration and detachment, concentrate on the things that means more to you and detach yourself from the things that'll take away from you. You know what I'm saying? So Buss was in that type of, teachings. I won't call it Scientology, but he was in that type of teaching, kind of yuppie, but money, you know what I mean? Liberal, but rich. So,
well, you know how that goes.
Right. So Pat Riley gets over to New York, where I think it was a little more regiment. I mean, New York is pretty liberal, but that's a financial market of, second financial market of the world next to London. And Pat Riley I guess he just got tough. And he carried that down to Miami.
Miami. Yes, sir.
All he had to do all New York had to do was give him a percentage of the team, right? And he would have stayed.
And he would have stayed.
Yes, sir. And the rest is history. But yeah,
he'd have been here to this day. To this day, you'd have been here. He would have been here.
I mean, and it's only befitting that Pat Riley was a coach of the New York Knicks. You feel me? Because that was a hell of an era. I know they couldn't get past Jordan, and a couple of times they couldn't get past Indiana. But still, you knew that you had a chance when you had Pat Riley as your coach.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah, and he took that mentality and he took it down to the South Beach, and voila. You understand? Once you won that first chip of Wade, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, he bought Miami their first championship, correct? Because Miami was the expansion team.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They almost screwed it off with Stan Van Gundy. Remember that. They almost screwed it off. He had to remove Stan Van Gundy from the bench. Pat Riley came down off of his throne to coach the team. Got a championship. The rest is history.
Yes, sir.
He says, Spoelstra, it's all yours now, right?
Right. And Spoelstra was his #1 assistant, and he handed right over to him. And if you notice, Spoelstra hasn't left ever since, because he's the only one that can carry out that mentality. It'll be real interesting to see who replaces Spoelstra, because Spoelstra might actually replace Pat Riley up in the box next.
Right. Just like how Stevens did Danny Ainge, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're right about that. Spoelstra might go up top. And I think that, you know what, bro? I think you're right. I think that's probably what happened. Spoelstra will go up top when Pat Riley retired.
That's it. Most likely, because he's the only one who knows how to handle it the way Pat is going to handle it. You understand? But not to jump too far into the future, but it's a good chance. But the #1 thing I was saying, though, and I'll say it again, even though I'm repeating myself, but I truly believe this deep in my heart, is just that the Warriors and also Miami, they know how hard it is to get back.
Most definitely.
It takes a lot to get back, bro.
And you may listen, that's a stellar point, because that actually went over my head, because I wasn't even thinking on that level as far as the eagerness of those two franchises to get back to the throne of glory. You know what I'm saying? And rid the taste of the agony of defeat amongst those two, the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors, because they have tasted the agony of defeat far too long, especially Miami, right?
Right. And then the work that you got to put on, because mind you got to grind out through a whole entire season, and that's not it. You know, you got to get your position, but also you need a little bit of luck, you need health, you understand, and you need a great team. You understand? And then you got to understand, certain people we're going to hop onto your side now. Certain people got to get paid after the season. You understand? So some people. Go ahead.
What team are you speaking about? Are you speaking about the Warriors, or are you speaking about Miami? Are you speaking about both in general?
Well, both in general. You understand? Okay. Just any team, because you gotta understand, once you win the championships, like, you know, this is your expertise. You understand? Like, once you win a chip, you understand, the numbers go up for certain players. You understand? So even being able to come back the following year with the same exact team is not necessarily gonna, especially if you win the chip. That's not really necessarily going to happen. You're going to have to make some changes somewhere. One player is going to ask for a little bit, you know, I don't know who's.
Of course. Yep.
Yeah, you understand? So that's the main reason why a lot of teams, certain teams that tasted it before, that's why they want to gun ho for it and let's just get it. Let's just go get it. You understand? So anyway, like I said, that's the two fireballs right there. They're going to bump. In my opinion, I think those are the two teams that's going to clash. Even though, like I said, I think the Boston series, I do think is probably going to go 7, so you could get your Boston in there too. That one I'm not sure about. I'm not 100% sure.
Right, and I'm going opposite of you, of course, for the record. I remember Marvin Perspective wanted us to pick our teams, and I think I was busy, so I wasn't able to chime in. About time I did come back to chime in, the conversation had swayed some other direction. As you know, on Flight Sports TV, a lot of times we don't stay on topic too long. But nevertheless, I go opposite of you. I want Dallas and I want Boston. I want to see the land of the greens. You feel me? Like the Jolly Green Giant. Go at it and see who's the best green wins. Not the best team win, the best green win. See, you got one over it. So yeah, I'm going with them. And listen, but you kind of scaring me a little bit about these fireballs, man. Listen, because I agree, they eager. Both of them are eager. But this is what I want to ask you, Talent.
Talk to me.
Spencer Dinwiddie and Andrew Wiggins. Who would be the greater X factor for each of their team to move forward into the NBA Finals?
Draymond's mouth. All right, I'm just being funny. I mean, but I'm only being funny. But Draymond's mouth is an X factor. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's like a 6-man on court. But to actually answer your question, I have to go with Andrew Wiggins. I think he's more primed. I think he's more adequate. Spencer Dinwiddie, I don't think he doesn't fill the role of a number 2 to me. I think he's more of a number 3. You understand? So I don't think you're gonna be able to depend on him as much as you could depend on Andrew Wiggins. And on top of that, Andrew Wiggins, he doesn't even have to be a number 3. He doesn't. He's not a number 3. He could be the 4. He could be the 5. And I'm not talking positions. You understand? He just falls in where he needs to fall in. On the Dallas Mavericks side, you actually need Spencer Dinwiddie to step his game up and be an actual factor. He cannot just fall in. You understand? Like, he needs to step up and actually be a number 2, a la Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins could just play ball. You know what I'm saying? He could just get his buckets wherever he get it. He doesn't have to force anything. He just fall into the offense. So with that being said, I think it's going to be Andrew Wiggins. Spencer Dinwiddie, honestly, he has to initiate. Well, he has to enforce himself. He has to put himself within that game and make himself a factor. He has to force it. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Wiggins don't have to force it. He can just fall in. All the other players, they get their buckets, and if he's open, he'll take his shot. But Spencer Dinwiddie, he got to get in there, and he got to make himself a factor. So with that being said, I got to go with Andrew Wiggins.
Okay, I think I'm going to go opposite on you on this one. I liked everything you said about Andrew Wiggins. And the reason why I want to take the opposite road on this one is because Andrew Wiggins do not have to show up, as you said, to advance. They can advance without him. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they still have their core 3. So they can advance without him. Jordan Poole can also bring in the output that Andrew Wiggins do. And to some degree, Jordan Poole have done way more than Andrew Wiggins throughout the course of this playoff series. So that's why I'm going to take the opposite and say Spencer Dinwiddie, because every bucket that he gets is a must for Dallas, because they are so thin with the scoring output outside of Luka and to some degree Jalen Brunson. So Spencer Dinwiddie has to be that 3 guy, like you said. He is. But he has to be that 3 guy that is potent. He cannot just be a 3 guy that is slide his way on, because Dallas will get blown out the water, and they will get blown out fast, soon, and often through the course of this playoff series. So that's why I would take
I'm with you to a certain degree, but you see, it goes back to that Luka factor again that I speak of, because if you look at Spencer Dinwiddie when he was with the Wizards, he was actually more of a factor, which is why they wanted him in the first case, why he appealed to the Mavericks. But as you look at Spencer Dinwiddie with the Mavericks, he actually took a step back. I mean, he still hits his shots, he still gets in there, but he's not the same Spencer Dinwiddie. And mind you, he played with high caliber players when he was with the Wizards. But why is he not still, exercising that same ability? Because of the Luka factor, in my opinion. Understand? Because I honestly think Luka kills players. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he takes away from players, because I think he has that Iverson mentality. Like, you remember how the Sixers were. All right. Once they brought in Larry Brown said, all right, look, we're gonna get rid of all the high maintenance players, and we're just gonna surround you with players that I like to call. I take this from Shaq. I'm gonna surround you with a bunch of others. You understand? And mind you, Iverson, he got to the finals, but that's about it. And that's the position that Luka's in right now. Like, he reached the Eastern Conference Finals, but how much further are you gonna get? You're gonna get one game, just probably like Iverson got, and how much further are you gonna get? You understand? That's just my opinion, because I just don't think Luka. I think, you see, the ball runs through Luka, but Luka needs an actual point guard. But he's not willing to have an actual point guard because he wants the ball in his hand all the time. You understand? But sometimes, this is why I love Lonzo Ball so much, and I always press the point. Like, it's the same position with Chicago, and how DeMar DeRozan is.
Yes.
Yeah. You understand? Like, the ball comes up the court, and you want the ball right away. You don't want to run an offense. You understand? Luka comes up, and he initiates the offense. But to me, if he plays a little bit more off the ball, and you have an actual point guard, and you utilize him, you're going to have a better team. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Right. And so, like I said, that's why I would pinpoint Spencer Dinwiddie scoring and production output for the Dallas Mavericks as being more essential than with Andrew Wiggins, because I just believe that the Golden State Warriors is stuffed with talent. You know, nobody just ring off the charts except Steph Curry and to some degree Klay Thompson, because Klay Thompson is, you know, he's coming through his rehab, and I still don't think he's already all the way back. I think next season he probably will be all the way back. He'd probably be the best version of himself. Not saying his best version of the past, but the best version of himself. I don't believe Klay Thompson right now is the best version of himself, but he's so good that the production that he is doing is above par. That keeps him standing out. That's why I would say Spencer Dinwiddie has to continue to put up the 17 to 25 points a game. I don't know if he's capable of doing it, but in order for the Golden State Warriors to advance under the dictates of Jason Kidd, Spencer Dinwiddie has to be a scoring machine. Spencer Dinwiddie has to be able to help on rebounds. He has to be able to help on playmaking. And most definitely, he has to be a help on staying in front of his man and fighting through the screens and just, you know, just being a pest. Just being a pest out there.
Right. But you see, that's everything you just said about him is who he was on the Wizards. You understand? But he's not that fully with the Mavericks. You understand? And I probably understood your question a little bit wrong. But even though, because you said scoring output, so I probably understood that a little bit wrong. But even then, I still kind of go with Andrew Wiggins to a certain point, because the movement of the ball, man, I can't stress this enough. It's like the movement of the ball moves people. You understand? And as long as you can move people, and then you also have the ability to screen a person, you understand? It's like that's the key. That's what basketball is about. You understand? So if the ball moves, a player moves, because everybody's eyes follow the ball. So if you can manipulate the movement of the ball, that's the way you manipulate the game. You understand? And then you have the luxury of being able to screen a person. So that's how you can fool everybody. So you send the ball this way to the left, and you screen him on the right. You understand? Or you send the ball to the right, and you screen him on the left. And what you're doing is slowing a person up from getting to that ball. And as long as you slow a person from getting to that ball, going to that direction, somebody else has to get over there. And sometimes two people accidentally go to the ball, and that's how you get an open shot.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to manipulate the defense, because listen, these players are so tall, so fast, so agile, so athletic that you're just not going to just run by every player every possession. So you're going to have to manipulate them and get them off balance, get them off kilter, rattle their medulla, basically create within them. How would I say that? Mentally, I'm trying to say mentally. You know, their equilibrium. The equilibrium have to be off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, you have to manipulate with the ball and things of that nature. So I agree with you 100%. And listen, also, one thing that you also have to do is be patient. You cannot be out there being erratic, being reckless, playing with loose abandonment. You have to be focused, you have to be methodical, and you have to be patient, because Golden State wants to rev you up. That's what they want to do, because they play at their best when they're in a frenzy at a high octane level. Because Golden State is more of a reactionary team. You understand what I'm saying? But they're thinking, but they're reactionary. If you're whipping that ball around and everything, they so used to just be moving around, and the ball should be at a certain spot at a certain time of the shot clock. They know this. So if you, Dallas, you want to be able to get them a few milliseconds behind their schedule target. And if you can do that, that might throw off their shot here or two and stop a run or create a run for your team. But if you're not trying to be disruptive, and I don't mean like pushing and shoving and things of that nature, not like the Boston and Dallas, the Boston and Milwaukee series, or the Toronto and Philadelphia series. You don't have to get down like that. You feel me? But if you just can move around enough to where Draymond Green, Jordan Poole will hold the ball just a fraction of a second longer than they normally do, you might have an opportunity to get Steph out of rhythm on that aspect. You feel me? Because you're not going to be able to just keep up with him. You might get Clay out of rhythm based on that aspect, because you're not going to really be able to keep up with Clay. But if you can have the ball handler slow down the ball just a fraction of a second less than normal, you have a serious opportunity to beat these boys.
Yeah, you do. But you see, one thing about Steve Kerr, he's a descendant of Phil Jackson. That's number one. And what I believe and what I see on the court is what Steve Kerr does a lot, and what he's running a combination of motion and triangle. You understand? Like, it's a hybrid that he runs. So what happens is that a player would come down the court with the ball, whether it be Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, or Klay Thompson. But what always happens is that Draymond Green runs up to the top of the three-point line, and he initiates the offense from there. You know what I'm saying? What they're running is like, it's motion, but that same motion that they're running has a little bit of triangle in it. You understand? So the personnel counts too. You understand? And then when you have a bunch of shooters, people that can hit down threes, it just throws you off, because all the three-point shooters start moving. You understand? And eventually what happens is one of those three-point shooters throughout the move, they drop down to the paint, and that's how they get most of their buckets. So they get their tools by just motion, but it's a triangle, because what creates a triangle is that Draymond Green is standing always at the middle of the three-point line, and he initiates the offense from there. You understand? And what happens is Steph would come around, and while Steph is coming around, Clay is going down, and while Clay is going down, you got Jordan Poole running across the freaking baseline, and all that motion right there is what creates the confusion. And if you don't got the personnel that's going to stick with that, man, you're over, man.
Right, and you also have Curry running on the baseline as well, and as I've seen a couple of plays where Luka was just lost. You know what I'm saying?
That's my point. And then what Draymond does a lot too is that and this is how smart this guy is, because he's running it from the top of the three-point line, but every time somebody moves, eventually he turns around, because he noticed he's trying to pass it off to somebody that's coming around him at the three-point line. But then he's smart enough to know when that baseline or that straight down to the paint is open. So that's why sometimes you just see him turn around and he's out. He goes straight to the basket.
Yep.
You understand? So at the end of the day, just the point I guess I'm trying to make is that you got to have the personnel for what you just spoke of. You understand? So if you don't got personnel, if you don't got the personnel to handle that, man, they gonna excuse my language, but they gonna mess you up mentally, man. You understand? Yep. That's where they kicking teams' butts at.
Yep. You understand? And that 21-12 by Steph Curry, you follow what I'm saying? Even though it wasn't a stellar offensive scoring output, but to participate and have 12 rebounds for Steph Curry, who's normally on the perimeter, it just shows you that Dallas was just a little slow tonight. And that series with the Phoenix Suns probably got them a little sluggish.
I mean, I hear you, but when I seen that Phoenix series, look, man, Luka's slow as hell. You know the dude that plays for Memphis? They call him Slow-Mo.
Yeah, Slow-Mo Anderson.
Chris Anderson or something like that. All right, Luka plays similar to that pace. You understand? And what baffles me is that when a person plays that slow, in my mind, is like, how do you not catch him before he makes his move? You understand? So to me, that was an easy series for Luka. I really think that the Suns lost that series more so than the Dallas Mavericks won that series, because Luka was just able to just kill them. Like, dude, I'm nice. Like, he was playing like it was 2K. I mean, step back, boom, 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 dribble through the leg, boom, 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 step back, boom. But that's not happening with the Warriors right now. You understand? And I think that's frustrating him just a little bit, because he can't get it off the way he was getting it off before, because somebody's always in his face. You understand?
And also that Luka got to play defense. He got to run around.
Yes, sir.
Because whoever Luka's guarding, they making him run.
Beautiful.
This is your exercise, Luka. You running laps tonight, or you doing lines. But that's what they do in basketball. They do them lines. You know, they call them suicides. You running suicides tonight.
That's a great point you just brought up. Yeah. So at the end of the day, Steve Kerr, that's what he's thinking too. Let's get him tired on the defensive end. He could barely do anything on the offense.
Yep.
You understand?
Exactly.
So that's the way they play.
Because really, Dallas doesn't have anybody really that can guard Luka. I mean, they could put Andrew Wiggins on him to probably try to disrupt his vision of his shot because he's tall, he's lanky, he's stickly, he's agile, he's athletic. But Luka, he moves. Look, listen, Luka is a geometry major. This guy knows his angles. He's like Chris Paul. What makes Chris Paul so successful, he knows his freaking angles. The guy is a geometry major. You follow what I'm saying? He know how to get to those angles. He know how to compute and calculate his speed against a defender's speed. He know how to move his shoulder a certain way, knowing that the defender only can reach so far to try to attack the ball. And Luka is so brilliant and so astute at keeping his body between the defender and the basket. I mean, the only person I remember that was really good like that was Mark Aguirre and Adrian Dantley. Those two people were so freaking, I don't know if you remember those guys. They were so freaking good of keeping the defender, keeping their body between the ball
and the defender.
To score the bucket, keep him on his back. That's what they call it. Keep the defender on your back. I mean, Luka is just really, really good at that. You know, it's just something that he just probably learned as a kid because he probably was a bigger kid than everybody else. So, and he wasn't as fast.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the hip check. He's just able to use your just keep it 100. He knows how to use his butt, man. You know what I'm saying? So you know how to use your hips just to keep a defender away. Like he'll do a little 2 dribbles to the front, 2 dribbles to the back, but the whole time he's just keeping you. He keeps you on his side. And he's manipulating the whole and he's manipulating the whole offense like that just because he's a wide body to a certain degree, so it's hard to get around him.
Exactly.
What you're trying to say. It's hard to get
around him. You're not going to go through him. He's too big to go through, especially from the average person that guards him. He's going to be taller and he's going to be more hefty than that person. So you're not going to go through Luka. And like I said, the way he angles his body to defend the defender off of him, it's just superb. And a lot of people don't give him enough credit for that.
Nah, you know who's real good at that? Kyrie Irving.
Oh, yeah, Kyrie Irving. But he's a little guy, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's my point. That's what makes him so good is that he's little and he can do it.
His dribble. Yeah, his dribble is crazy.
You understand? He stays low to the ground. You understand? And, so, that's definitely a skill that he has. But it goes back to my other point. And, I mean, I know I keep harping on this, but it's just that same offense that Luka is able to give you. I just think if he was willing to have another star with him and perform that same game that he's able to perform, he'll get a whole lot more assists and he'll take a lot of pressure off of him because he'll have a thorough person to give the ball to. You understand, when he does manipulate that offense in that way, because he'll create a double team after a while, and you just need a thorough person to be able to get that ball to.
But in order for Luka to have a star to matriculate in that offense, Luka is going to have to give off the ball a little sooner than he does now. Because right now, the players that he play with, they basically have to kind of set themselves up and just hold their position until Luka finds them. But if he has another star on him, then he's probably going to have to kick the ball out on the wing, or when Luka comes down center court, kicks it out to the outside like much faster. And then instead of trying to dribble all the way down to the free throw line and then kind of dribble around, use his body as a shield or a gate or force field, and then give it to a player that's open in the corner or slashing or things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Because the star is not going to just sit there and just be waiting. Go like, dude, get off that ball. Let me do my thing too.
Well, what I'm saying is his star could be you see, if his star was a point guard, you understand, more so than a big man, it would help him out a lot. You understand? Because he can still get the ball the same way, you understand? But I just don't think he needs to initiate the offense. I don't know. It just leaves the offense real stagnant, and it leaves everybody else confused as to where should they go. You understand? Because they don't really run a lot of screens for him. It's like he always wants to go solo. And then if he feels like he wants a screen, he'll call over for the screen. But that type of offense is not going to, I mean, I'm just keeping it 100. That type of offense is not winning anybody a championship. I mean, I think he's lucky to even be where he is this year. You understand? That's just my opinion, but I just think Chris Paul sold. You understand? Chris Paul didn't do his job. Now imagine Luka and Chris Paul playing together. Oh my God. Jesus.
So when you look at Luka talent, when you like look at Luka and then you look over at Jokic, what's the difference?
Who, the Joker?
Yes.
Joker is Joker's flamboyant, man. You gotta first of all, Joker's in the paint, so that's the beauty. Like Joker gives you that beautiful footwork, man. That hip to footwork. That like you can't go wrong with that. Plus, he got that arcing shot. So the Joker's just a beast, man. At the end of the day, it's just he can't really bring the ball up and dribble through his legs like that. You understand? That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? But if you throw Joker down in the paint, man, listen, man, all you're going to see is elegance, man. You can't go wrong with the way Joker plays, man. Joker just hit you with a little, man, that's that old school. I mean, who played like Joker, man? I guess got to think of a player. I mean, Elijah used to give you that work, man.
Right. Also, Sabonis, you know, Sabonis' dad, Adrian Sabonis.
Yeah.
He played that way, but you remember, exactly.
Son. Not only that, his son, as short as he is, his son got that footwork too. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, so his dad was like that, but we got the remnants. So he was basically a shell of himself from playing the international game for so long. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he had that mad footwork. He can angle you with his body. He has so much control. And
Wallace. Oh man.
Tim Duncan?
Tim Duncan was more methodical. It was nothing pretty about
methodical.
that.
Okay.
That wasn't pretty.
It was robotic. It was robotic. Yeah, it was robotic.
Yeah, man. That was Tim Duncan. The reason why he scored so much is because he put the defender to sleep. They're like, bro, you're boring. All right. You understand? So as long as he realized the defender's sleep, that's when he went up and just scored the basket. Hey, I know you sleep now. All right. But nah. I mean, don't get it twisted. Tim Duncan was Mr. Exactly what they call him is what he was.
Fundamental.
Fundamental.
Yeah. It's a fundamental.
That's exactly what he was. He played that damn position the way it was supposed to be played. But when it comes to elegance, I'm talking about the beauty when a person could fake you left
elegance
but end up
grace.
right. Ooh, come on, man.
The grace and elegance, exactly. So let me see who else we might can put in that category. That's talking about like a big man, right?
Yeah, Rasheed Wallace used to give it to you like that too. He definitely did. You see, there's different.
Would we say Carmelo was the big man?
Carmelo. Nah, Carmelo was jab step king. So Carmelo would jab you, and then he would just hit you.
But that's only on a face up though, right? What about when he had his back to the basket or?
Nah, well, what he did was just he would just back you down. He would just keep backing you, and then he would just hit you with a little hezzy and fade. But I'm talking about that glory, man. Listen, I'm talking about Joker, Elijah one, Rasheed Wallace. There's a few more other people. I'm gonna think about them in a minute. But I'm talking about that footwork where that pivot foot just would not move.
Yeah,
you understand? But they would put you on a
Well, Adrian Danley, he had it.
But Adrian Danley was one of those.
Yeah, he was, but he's way back in the old days. I don't know too many people familiar with AD. The OG AD. That's the OG AD.
Yeah, you're gonna get me a little bit, but I mean, I could think of some players, man. Probably, it'll take me a while, but I could think of some. But those are the players. Even Chris Webber used to give it to you a little bit.
Oh,
like
Kevin McHale. How can we forget Kevin McHale?
Oh, yeah, he was good for those shoulders, man.
Dude was nice, right?
Yeah, his shoulders
was
freaking.
The up and under.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Kevin McHale. And then he just finger rolls it because he didn't even dunk that much, even though he could. You know, Minnesota Gopher, you know, finest. He just put the up and under you and put that long ass finger looking like Lurch. You know what I'm saying? He used to look like Lurch. You remember Lurch from the Addams Family?
Yes, sir. Now let me stop. Anyway, that was Lurch's favorite sound right there. Did you, right? Yeah, you gotta have me wilding online right now. You funny, man.
Yeah. Kevin McHale, boy, he'll put you in the blender.
Yeah, exactly.
I hated him, but I enjoyed his footwork.
Yeah, he would annoy the hell out of you down in the paint.
James Worthy had nice footwork.
James Worthy was okay. He was okay. What's his name? Kareem had it. Kareem definitely had it. I'll tell you another person that had it too, man. It's just fading from my mind at the moment. But I'll tell you who was the best at it. I'll tell you who was the best at it was Olajuwon, and I'll tell you who's the best at it. Nurkic, Joker is the greatest at it right now. If Giannis got that in his game,
be unstoppable.
My God, Jesus Christ.
Yo, we about to get up out of here.
Yes, sir. Salute, talent. Salute, Flight. Great combo.
Salute, man.
Great
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.